Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. Welcome back. If you haven't heard already, President Biden has dropped out of the race, and he simply said right here on his X account, formerly known as Twitter, he said, "My fellow Democrats, I have decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." So he wrote that on his Twitter account, and that's it right there. So he wrote that on his Twitter account. He told the party, let's come together to beat Kamala Harris. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a poll right now, and they had mentioned something in this broadcast. They said she needs the black vote to win. All right, so let's see. Can VP Harris beat Trump? Yes, it's a simple question, yes or no. I'm going to start the poll. I started the poll yesterday, and it was overwhelming for Trump. But now we're in the reality now. The reality is she's more than likely going to be the candidate. All right? She's going to be the candidate. Now, yeah, so you're going to start to see a lot of focus on the black vote now. It's going to be a lot of focus now. It really is. You're going to start to see more celebrities come out, rappers, everything else come out to try to sway our vote to vote for Democrats. Now, me personally, I already have my mind made up. I'm not trying to sway you on who to vote for or anything like that. I'm voting Republican this year. My mind is already made up at this point. So you can't convince me. So don't try to come here to convince me because I can't be convinced. So I was voting Democrat regardless of Biden stepping down or not. So now that we know that he dropped out of the 2024 race and endorses Vice President Kamala Harris, it's for me, that's not swaying my vote this time. I'm voting Republican, and that's pretty much it. Um, yeah, I'm voting Republican, and that's pretty much it for me. Now, if you're a Democrat, you're voting Democrat, then that's fine. Um, but here on out, I'm not going to tolerate anybody coming on here promoting Project 2025 or anything like that. As soon as I see it or whatever, I'm deleting it and blocking you. So now we're going to see what her policies are and see going up against Trump and see may the best person win at that point. Um, I'm thinking that this is a mistake, in my opinion. I think Biden should have stayed in, but actually, it's not a mistake because even if he had stayed in, you're voting for Kamala Harris anyway, because at some point he's going to drop out in his presidency. So I'm okay with him stepping down because I was like, I think this is a mistake, but people might be thinking, well, we're voting for her anyway, so it doesn't matter at this point. Now she's going to eventually select a running mate, a VP, on the ticket. So we're going to see at the DNC who she selects. There's one person top on the list right now that they say that she may select, but I don't know. Um, but I don't honestly, I don't even think I'm voting Democrat for the rest of my life. I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent, but um, I honestly think a lot of these people, especially in the Congressional Black Caucus, they need to step down. And I'm going to be voting against them for the remainder of my life. And that's pretty much it. So they can't sway this vote. So this vote is forever gone. Um, I didn't vote for him last time. I didn't. So, and I'm definitely not doing it again. So, but we're gonna see now. So everybody is voting right now. So we're gonna see if she's winning. See, okay. So right now we have 27 votes. I said, can VP Kamala Harris beat Trump? 85% of you said no. 85%. Now you are representing the voters. I've already got my mind made up, but you're representing the voters though. So even if, but you didn't, I didn't say whether you were Democrat or which side you were on. You don't believe that she could beat him. 86% said no now. 86%. So we're going to keep this poll up for a little bit. But yesterday, over 80 some people voted, and still over 80% said no. So that's telling you something. You guys are saying no. You guys are saying no. But I'm telling you right now, in order for her, this is her road to the White House. She need that black vote. She need all of it. She don't need a fraction of it. She needs all of it. All of it. She needs over for her to get that for to beat Trump that night. She need over 75% of the vote. She needs over 70, and I don't think she has it. And they gonna endorse her as a Indian American candidate. She's Indian American, so I'm saying she's Indian American, man. So, and it don't matter to me. Even if they say she African American, it don't matter to me. But I'm not even like I'm at to be honest how bad it is for me. I'm not even gonna listen to her. I don't have no reason to listen to her, man. Like no reason for me. But if you would like to come on and say, well, Max, I'm voting for and this is why, then that's cool. But don't bring up the Project 25. Yeah, Lashane, you said this doesn't change anything for you either. Yeah, it doesn't. It made it official, though. Like, okay, Biden is finally stepping down. Because the rigors of this race, I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. He trying, though. He tried. He tried, and then he caught COVID. And then his own party was telling him to step down. I don't think he wanted to step down. Yeah. And my other question is this country ready for a woman president? Is she the one? Is she gonna be the first woman president? Now, here's my question, you guys. What percentage you think she has of winning, though? I know 81% now is saying no, she's not going to do it, but like you got to give her some type of percentage. I'm not giving her a 50% chance. I'm not saying this is going to be 50-50. I'm giving her a 20% chance to win. 20% chance. I just don't like how they handle this border situation. There's a lot of reasons why I'm not voting their way. So, and I've already voted for Obama, so I don't have to vote for her. I've already did, and we see where that got us. He did some good things though while he was there. He did. Um, And Congress, the House, they didn't allow him to do a lot of the things he wanted to do. They pretty much dictated his presidency. So you got to take that into account. He didn't have the majority, and they gave him static on everything that he tried to do. But there's certain things that turn big that I didn't like, and I'm not gonna say what it is. I'm gonna hold that to the vest. I don't like it. I don't like how this environment here is in this country compared to the rest of the world. I don't like it. And I don't like it. And I don't like what they're doing to the kids either. I don't like it, and I'm not gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna keep it close to the vest. I would never vote Democrat again after that happened. Never. I will never in my life. I won't even listen to them. I don't want to hear their policies because what they did was they did something within his presidency that hurt us. It hurt us bad, and I don't know if we're gonna we might recover from it. Depends on how Trump reverse all this shit. But if they win again, they only gonna reverse what he's trying to do. So it's forever hurt us. And compared to the other countries, are not doing this. Even England, they're not doing it to the point that we did it. And I would never vote for them again. Actually, I would never listen to what they have to say. I'm one-sided. Never listen to what they have to say. So they lost my vote on that. On a particular subject matter. On a particular subject matter, man. They lost my vote. And so that's just what it is right there. Because I know people's like, what is the reason? How come you won't listen to them? No, man, they really messed up. And here's the thing: at some point, and maybe it's not going to be in my lifetime, but at some point, they have to reverse it. What they did, they're going to have to reverse it. They're going to have to reverse exactly what they did. It's going to take them like a long time to reverse it. But no other country is doing it how we're doing it. And we need somebody in office that will stand on it like a rock with these rest of these world leaders, man, because they're plotting and planning. They're plotting and planning on us right now. So we need somebody there that just don't, just gonna stand on it, man. They taking advantage right now. So Biden stepping down, that represents the old ways is leaving. He's been there for 50 years. It's time to leave, sir. You've been there for 50 years. 50. All my life. More than all my life. He's been there. When is it time to retire? The rest of them need to retire too. But eventually, nature would take care of that, if you know what I mean. But you said authenticity, whether you agree or not, is crucial, right? Yeah, but there's something that they did in Obama presidency that messed us up, and it's messing the kids up, and it's not good. It's not good, man. It's not good, and that happened in his presidency. And I said to myself, I will never ever vote for another Democrat again. I don't care if you're black or whatever you are, you call yourself. Never again. Never. So rest of my life, I'm voting the other way. Oh, if you're 10 minutes behind, you're gonna have to refresh. Yeah, he should take Schumer and Pelosi with him. and the whole Congressional Black Caucus. They all need to step down. Every last one of them. Oh man, I had a death in the family. So there was a cousin of mine that passed away, and I found out last night, and it kind of got me down a little bit, and I just stayed in bed. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up over that one. So that's what I was going through. I found out last night on the live chat, and it's dangerous out here, man. It's dangerous as fuck out here, and they have to address that too. So hopefully, like in the next presidency, Trump will address that. I want another crime bill. We gotta have the crime bill back, man. At first I thought about it. Then the crime bill hurt us. Nah, yo, we got some savages out here that we need a crime bill, yo. I hate to say that. I hate to say it, man. I hate to say it. These people just shooting indiscriminately. And I don't had so much death on my side that I have PTSD. I have to sleep with mine. I sleep with mine, yo. Sometimes I go to the door with it in my hand. If it's somebody knocking on my door and I'm not expecting company, best believe I'm going to the door with it in my hand. That's PTSD. And yeah, it's PTSD, man. We need something. We need a revamped crime bill or something to get these dudes off the street, man. Because they shooting indiscriminately and they just killing people for no rhyme or reason, man. Just because you walking down the street, you get killed. You know, no rhyme or reason. For no rhyme or reason, man. Just life gone. Life gone. Just like that. I didn't put rest in peace or anything like that. I'm not going to acknowledge it. I'm not putting rest in peace because something could be done about it. Why I'm tired of keep saying rest in peace. Like, what does that mean, man? Rest in peace. When it didn't have to happen in the first place. You know? Somebody that's going about their business and have their own business and somebody just kill them. And then somebody just take them out, man. And it usually happens to the business owners that get killed like this. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm never voting Democrat again, yo. I'm never doing it. Never. Ever, ever, ever. Ever, ever. Y'all messed this joint up, man. Y'all really did. We are now regressing. I can say that now. We're going backwards now. We're not going forward. We're actually going back to the 1980s. That's how dangerous it is out here. It's back in the 1980s. It's back in the 1980s, man. And we got people out here where I am just robbing people, but I drive with mine. I made it my business. I said, well, this is how we're going to do it. If it's an attempt on me, just know that if I died, I shot back. Just know. But I'm not going to just sit there and give up. I'm going to shoot back. If that happens to me, but then today is my last day on Earth. I'm going to light that motherfucker up. If one of us miss, if he get it, then that's cool. But just know, don't say rest in peace either. Don't say that. Just know that I hope he shot back. Because that's what I'm going to do. And I got hollow points. So I got hollow points. I'm shooting the fuck back now. I'm not going. For no reason. For no reason. I'm going to have a shoot. I think my death is going to be a shootout. That's what's going to happen. That's how dangerous it's getting out here. That's how dangerous it's getting. So you're not going to come up to my car or whatever and try to get me. I'm like, okay, We're going out like OK Corral, whatever. We're gonna have a shootout. And if you hit, then you hit. But if you hit, you better hit in the right spot. Because I'm dumping my hollow points, and I'm gonna dump them on that person. I'm gonna dump them until I ain't got no more. Yeah, I'm not going, man. No way. No way I'm not going. So that's just what it is. It's just too crazy out here. And they have to fix it. They have to fix it. These gangs are running wild out here. They're running wild. And they gotta fix it. I hope that Trump fix this shit. I think I might have to get on his election, yo. On his campaign. And my purpose is they gotta fix this violence. Because they're what you call homegrown terrorists. That's what they are. And it has to be fixed. But I tell you right now, if you ever hear that I'm not here no more, just know that I shot my way out. I shot my way to the other side. Because I'm not letting these criminals win against me. They just know it's going to be a bad situation. You said a woman, but not Hillary. How about Kamala, Mike? Yeah, they'll swarm. Yeah, it's a lot of them out here, man. Joe, it's a lot of them out here. I'm reading the paper today. Poor guy was just dropping somebody off last night, and he got robbed. This wasn't too far from me, actually. So, and it's happening more frequently. It's like we're literally going backwards. It's like because you remember, if anybody remember the 1980s, it was really bad. It was really, really, really bad, and it's like that now. It feels like it again. The only difference is we got technology, and I actually it's not as quite as bad as the 80s yet, but it's getting there. It definitely is. But you don't have a chance up north. You don't have a chance against these criminals because they want. It's hard for them to let you have firearms. You don't have a chance when they come up to you. You don't have a chance. It's either you give it up or that's it. And you know what they're doing? They're still killing you in some cases. But most of the time, you have no fighting chance. So I would really, but I don't live in the up north states anymore. I live in the south, but I would be encouraging these states to let people carry firearms. I mean, it's still not gonna 100% protect you, you know. Um, it's not gonna. There's no guarantee, you know, just because you have it, because you might not be able to get to it. You know, that's another. You know, there's nobody like rides in their car with it near them like that. That's like you got PTSD. I have PTSD. Like who rides like that? Like it don't make any sense, right? You're in your car. But there's certain places in this country where they get you while you're in your car. Like LA, you can get jacked at the light. You know, they still jacking people out there. Now jacking is starting to come up again, especially out here. It wasn't the case. But this is what you're having right now. I'm seeing a lot of videos of young people complaining about the inflation. See, they never experienced 2008 like we did. We experienced this before. This is their first time and they're having a hard time with it. You know, we know how to go out and hustle. You know what I'm saying? Like, We know how to go out and go get some money. They're having a hard time. You know why they're having a hard time? Because they don't want to work. They already don't want to work, and now they're forced to have to work 2 and 3 jobs. This one kid, I saw his video, and I had to sit back for a minute, and I was like, I just said, I didn't know him. I said, I wish him strength, because he was like, he ready to give up. He said he working 3 jobs, and he just can't. The rent is high. He live in LA. The rent is high. His girlfriend is pregnant. And he said that he just ready to give up, man. And he made a video saying he ready to give up. And I didn't reply to the video. I just wished him peace. Because he was talking about the inflation. I wanted to tell him, I said, dude, we quite not have recovered from the last situation. But he just didn't know. He was young then. He was a kid in 2008. He don't remember it. But 2008, when Obama took over, he inherited a mess. His administration inherited a mess left over from the Bush administration. But, and you know, like, if some people remember the Clinton administration, he swept it under the rug. Yeah, he did. But we still had that situation there. But we felt it in '08. See, some of us my age, we felt this crisis twice in our life. I would say twice. Or maybe, but the first time we were young, so we don't quite remember it. But as adults, it happened twice. As it happened, we were young adults in the 90s when those guys were jumping off the roof on Wall Street. I don't know if y'all remember that. It was a lot of people jumping off the roof on Wall Street. You remember that, Antoine? It was on Wall Street they were doing. I don't know why they were doing it there, but they were jumping off the roofs. It was one day when you remember when it crashed? This was in the mid 90s when the market crashed. Dividend scale fell. Everything crashed. And what happened was, that's why when I was working at Prudential at the time, well, no, I was working at Prudential after it happened. And this is before Prudential took the company public. We were working on this thing called the Liaison Group. Yeah, we was working on this. I was working in the office called the Liaison Group. We were the liaison between the company, lawyers, and the people that were wronged. Because back in the day, what happened was the agents used to come out to your house back in the day, believe it or not, when they're selling you life insurance. They used to come out, back in the day, they used to come to your house and sell you life insurance. Yeah, see, here's the thing though. You want to work smarter. You said work harder, we want to work. No, you got to work hard. See, y'all just figuring this out. We had the same mentality you had, Chantel. Our generation want to work smarter. But guess what? This environment is not going to allow you. You got to work your ass off. Y'all going to find it out. And the crazy thing is, you guys are finding it out now. And reality is a bitch. It's really going to hit y'all within the next 2 years. I knew this was coming, but it happened twice in our lifetime. You guys, this is the first time. This is the first major time that you guys are going through it. Yes, you can work smarter, but yeah, they're gonna make you work hard. This country's gonna make you submit. You're gonna work hard. Smarter ain't gonna be good enough sometime. Now, hopefully for you, I think for you, you're okay. You're gonna be okay. But some people, Chantel, they're not gonna be okay. I don't know. I don't like know your person, but I can just tell you're okay. You'll be the ones to figure it out. Everybody, Chantel, ain't gonna figure it out. Some people gonna figure it out on that Golden Gate Bridge. You understand what I'm saying to you? Right. You're doing okay, right? I know you are. I could just tell. And we need some of you to do okay. We do, because some of you are going to do okay. But some people you got to really, really pray for. You got to really pray for. Some of your friends, you got to check on them. That's for everybody. Y'all need to check on some of your friends, especially the ones that's quiet. Y'all got to check on them. Just check in on them and say, hey, how you doing? Because, see, we don't check on each other no more. Just check on them. Just see how they doing. You know, in my generation, people stroking out left and right, man. Heart attacks, everything. Because the strain is getting to them. And they're not going to the doctor and all types, not taking the pressure medication. They walking around here with high blood pressure, don't even know it. Ain't got no medication for it. All types of stuff. You got to check on people. Because I keep hearing this, right, from the younger people. I said, some of them got it. Some of them got it figured out. Because you're supposed to be working smarter with all this technology. But I'm telling you, this inflation is so deadly, it ain't gonna matter for some people. And you still got to keep grinding though, because if you keep grinding, it'll get better eventually. But I'm gonna tell you, some of us know that we haven't quite fully recovered from back in the day. We haven't. We're never the same as it was. Do you guys remember how life was in 2000? If you remember the year 2000, how life was a little good then. And then guess what happened? We started going to war. But we was able to make it a little bit. You know, it was like from 90, well, what was it, 99 to 2000, we had a 2-year stretch where everything seemed gravy. There was a lot of hustles going on. I'll tell you about one in a second, but from that little 2-year stretch, we had breather for a minute. Then next thing you know, 9/11 came. But so what happened was, I was working for this liaison group, so we were trying to settle these claims because the clients were lied to. They said that the dividend scale would never fall. Some of them told it was guaranteed. It will never fall, right? And it fell. And people lost all their money. Now, I know you're like, how they lose all their money and they had life insurance? They were selling them like VAL policies, variable appreciable life policies. And it has a component in there where it looks like an investment vehicle. Like you put money in and it makes money. And you can borrow from it, right? You can borrow from it. And when you die, whatever you owe, they'll minus that from the death penalty. They'll minus that from the face value of the policy and give the beneficiary the rest. So it was a place for people to park their money back in the day. It still is. But they were told certain things that didn't happen. And then next thing you know, one day they woke up, they lost all their money. All of it. So Prudential, they spent billions upon billions of dollars to make it right before they took the company public. So then after my project was done, they gave me a severance package and I moved to Virginia. So I moved to Virginia after that. Because I was like, they gave us a big severance pay, and then I was traveling the country. Well, actually, I traveled to Vegas twice, and I would travel up and down the East Coast, trying to find the next place to live. I just decided to stay in Virginia. It was either going to be between Virginia and Maryland. And that's it. But, when that market crashed, oh my God. I don't know if y'all remember people just dropping from Wall Street off the building. It was a couple people just jumped. That was it. They lost everything in 24 hours. You said in 2000 you was in high school, but life was good. Right. It's a 2 year period when I look back, because I started going back on my life from when I was moved to Virginia. I said, when was that period? Well, there was a couple easy periods. Um, there was a couple easy periods. 97, 98, 99, 2000. Yeah. It was like a 4 year stretch. Because you know who swept that under the rug? That Clinton. Oh, we balanced the budget. Remember that? Remember he said that? No, he didn't. He swept it under the rug. That was man. That was a car salesman up in the White House, man. He wasn't no joke. He said we. He said we. Oh yeah. He said we. He came out with a straight face and said we balanced the budget. Man, that's slick Bill right there. That's honest Bill. I call him honest Bill. I did not have relations with that woman. Remember that? So it was Bill. So thanks to Bill, everything was gravy. You remember? It was because of Bill. Bill had people eating. He did. Bill, yes, he did. Bill came in and said, all right, look, this is what we going to do. We going to sweep this over here. We just going to put this in the drawer somewhere and just tell everybody we bound. Man, that economy went up. Everybody was eating. You had a job interview in building 1 at 8 a.m. that day? Wow, T-Breeze. Did you get through the interview? Okay, let me think. Yeah, you probably got through the interview and got out. Because it happened around 9 something. Or did you get out? Because some people... So, during 9/11, I'll tell you where I was. So... my project had already ended for Prudential, so I was working for Goldman Sachs. Now, John Corzine, you can just Google it. John Corzine was the CEO at the time. He went on to be a congressman or a senator, right? He went on to be a senator. And he was also with my dad in Vietnam. His name John Corzine. So he was the CEO at the time of Goldman Sachs. So that's just to give you the year. That just give you the year. So I worked there for a while, and my plan was to get in their program. They had a program, an analyst program. And you have to, work your way up through their system and take their education. And you could have been a stock analyst. Well, junior stock analyst, and work your way up. I know somebody that actually did do it, and they're retired now. Ain't that some shit? They don't even do well. They retired from that. They're not officially retired because they're not old enough to collect their Social Security, but not that type of retirement. But they made enough money. They went somewhere else in the company and started making some money. And they don't do it anymore because it's a burnout. It's a burnout. You do it for at least 10 years, something like that. It's under 10 years. It's a burnout. You don't do it for your whole life. So I was going to do that. And then, I don't know, something just told me I just didn't want to do it no more. So then, every day I used to show up late for work. Every single day. In fact, it was such a known thing that they accepted it from me. They was like, he's just always going to be 15 minutes late. That's just what it is. And we like him, but because I always complain about the commute from my house to New York. And I used to tell him, well, I have to drive my car to Penn Station. And then I got to find a park. I used to park in the Gateway building because I still had a pass. Because when I was working for Prudential, my pass still worked. They never canceled my pass. Because you had a pass to where the thing opens up and you can park in the Gateway building. So I used to do that. And then I used to walk the Gateway to Penn Station to go get the PATH train to the World Trade Center. So let me see. What is it? Is it you take the train to? Is it you take the train to Journal Square and then Journal Square to Prudential? I can't remember. Somebody gotta let me know. From Penn Station, how did you get there? So from Penn Station, you go to Journal Square, and from Journal Square to World Trade, or is it from Penn Station straight to the World Trade? I can't remember. Antoine, you remember? How did we get to World Trade from Penn Station? Did we get off at Journal Square? Because I thought I had a connector somewhere. I want to say Journal Square. And that was a long time ago. I know, but I know it's changed now. But I think it's Journal Square. And I used to always be late. Like I just couldn't. I miss a train. If something happened, I miss a train. So then I'm like, fuck it. If I'm late, I'm late. So then what I used to do was I used to go to right there where the World Trade is. I used to come up that escalator and then come out the doors, and then I go get me a bagel. Yeah, I be late as hell and still want to eat breakfast. So I get me a bagel. I sit there. I remember the last time, this was like September 9th or September 8th or something like that. It was real close to 9/11. I was looking up at the buildings. I was like, damn, these some big ass buildings. And I said to myself, I wonder if these things will fall one day. What would happen? That would be crazy if these things fell. Like I said that. I used to look up at it. So then, because I was I was leaving anyway, and I was going back to New Jersey because I found another job there at Prudential. So I found another job. So I was going back to Prudential, right? So I was saying my goodbyes to everybody that day. It was like, man, you wish you could stay. I'm like, I can't pay both state tax. You said Journal Square is the switch off to 33rd Street. Um, so is it a straight train to get to the World Trade? I thought it was you get off at Journal Square and then go to World. I can't remember, but I think I used to get a connector somehow. But so I was saying my goodbyes to everybody, saying, okay, this is it. And I left that day. I went, back to Jersey because I was starting another job. And I think it was on, 9/11. I was, no, I had already started already September 10th or something. It was my first day. But some people thought I still worked at Goldman Sachs, and I didn't. I didn't work there. You know what I'm saying? I was back in Jersey again. Then the buildings fell. Then people thought that I got caught in it because the time when the building fell, I would have got caught in it because I'm late. I'm always late. I'm chronically late for work. It's either I would have been, well, it's either I would have got caught on that train that got out in a nick of time. I would have been on that train because there was a train that got out of there before the buildings fell. So I probably been on that train because I was notoriously late for work. Notoriously late, and I wasn't gonna change because I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Get up 5 o'clock in the morning? I'm not doing that. So, I mean, bad enough I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm still late. So just my routine. So people were calling my aunt's phone, crying, saying they sorry to hear, and she was like, sorry to hear what? About him. He right here. He was like, what? People were crying already. Like, I'm right here. Like, I ain't nothing happened to me. I'm right here. So that was crazy. So it was, when I say it was gravy before then, it's because we didn't really have, I mean, we did have that crash. We did have a crash. Um, we did have a crash, but somehow everybody was still okay after a while. But nowadays, things don't look like it's coming back. It's at the point of no return almost. And McDonald's they had released a statement. They released a statement the other day saying that they put out this. Well, you always look at the dollar menu because the more stuff on the dollar menu, that just tells you how the economy is going. It's called the dollar menu test. So anytime, it's all throughout history, just look at the dollar menu. That tells you when things are cut back in this economy. It's always a dollar menu. You can Google it. It's called the dollar menu something. So what they did recently, they put out the $5 meal. People are not buying it. Now, people are not buying it. They said that people are cutting back and spending, and they're not buying the $5. I will argue that I don't like the $5. What's on the $5 plan anyway? You should have added a burger or something. Maybe people would have bought it, but people are not gonna buy it. So, and Wendy's issued a statement too, saying that their value meals are not being bought. What a lot of people are doing is there's a trend going on. A lot of people are just cooking. They're cooking their own food. They're not really buying fast food right now. And so that's what's going on because of this whole thing we're in. People are saving their money and just cooking. I'm talking about a total crash, Antoine. We're not going to have a total crash anymore because they have methods in place to just shut the market down if that happens. What they'll do is before a total crash comes, they will stop the computers. They will just shut it down. I'm talking about a total crash. It's happened in our lifetime. I'm talking about just straight up the damn thing just crashed. You woke up, you looking at the numbers, oh my God, the whole market crashed. Yeah, it was a Tuesday. So I had started that Monday. hmm You said the country has survived the 46th president, and we're okay, and we are okay, and we will be okay. And if you're right, that's what I was just saying. That's what I was saying. We've been through this before, Firefly. We've been through it. It's just gonna be hard. That's why I say for the young people, it's gonna be hard, but you can make it. Don't give up. This one guy said he ready to give up, and he didn't really get many comments on his video. People just he got a lot of views. People just watched it. He said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm gonna give up soon," and he said, "I can't no longer." I'm like, "Nah, you can't give up now." I might have to send him a note. You can't give up, man. Not like that. You said this country has survived 46 presidents. We survived the Great Depression. The Great Depression, the Great Recession. We survived it all. Yeah, we had 45. Thank you, Antoine. We had 45. Well, you talking about 45 different men, but technically 46 presidents. To say that they're official president, he just have two numbers. But yeah, we survived 46 presidents, 46 administrations. How about that? Yeah, never give up, man. Because it'll happen for you. You ever just have a good day after you don't have a stretch of bad days? You just have one good day. You're like, damn. That will, and it keeps you going. You just had one good day because you just been having all kind of bad news, and all of a sudden you just had a good day for whatever happened. I mean, it might have been nice out. You got the car clean. You just went out. You just had a good day. He's like, I'm glad I didn't do anything because I've made it to this day. That's also I would tell him, my youngin. I said, you got your health. You gonna be all right. As long as you got your health, you can come out the hole. You can come out the hole somehow. As long as you got your health, you know. As long as you got your health, you can come out the hole. You get out the hole somehow, and then you'll laugh like, "Damn, I got out the hole." Yeah, that debt ain't nothing. We got so much debt that I don't know how they gonna pay it back. I mean, do we need another world war? Like, what do we need? you know, usually wars, when you're in tough economic times throughout history, they had war. All right, let's see what they're saying about the VP because she's up next, y'all.
You're exactly right. And in all fairness, a lot of when you have a president and vice president, a lot of her former team in California moved over to the president's staff and back and forth. And so they have already been working, the staff behind the scenes, quite a bit. Now, the close inner circle, of course, changes, right? There has been a lot of very senior advice.
Like, first of all, what can she say to me to get me to sway my vote? What can she say to me right now? Let me think. If she say that I promise that I'm gonna take 30% of the military budget and give it to y'all in a check, yeah, I have to vote for her at that point. She got my vote, man. They gonna have to give us some money. They gonna have to give us some money, man. Some significant money, not no one-time money. Some significant money. You said, Max, do me a favor, read the comment I posted under your video about losing friends over Trump. It's very interesting. Now, look, yeah, when I had to go back into that when I was talking about that, for whatever reason, I don't know if it was just me. People were just trying to sway my vote, and I'm like, dude, don't worry about my vote. I mean, I'm a vote. No, you shouldn't be doing this, and you're dumb if you do this. I said, okay, all right, let me see. I'm gonna read it now. Oh man, it's crazy. Let me see content. You said me and my family having division over this, and a lot of older black women in my family fooled except for my grandma and my grandpa. The other family were tricked to vote blue no matter what, instead of looking at things down the middle. My uncle will be in the group chat arguing. Okay, everybody always had one that'll argue everything. With all my aunties about Joe Biden, I've seen somebody say Biden has a speech impediment and not a cognitive issue. I decided not to even talk. Yeah, I would do that too. You said I decided not to even talk about this shit around my family is frustrating. My homie aunt is mad at him because he's supporting Trump and be wearing MAGA hats. Okay, hold up. Let me heart the comment, let you know I read it. I didn't get to those comments yet. Hold on, let me see what Andrea said. I'm gonna get back to you, Rose. Hold on, let me see what I don't dislike Trump either, and I'm right. You don't dislike him, and you're not a fan, right? If you lose friendship over a difference in opinion, their friendship isn't worth it. I understand because people stop talking to me for being an Obama fan, right? Let me heart yours too. I'm gonna have to get back to all those comments. Oh, we got Dr. Love Jones. It brought a lot of people out in this video. Hold on a second. Bro, we talked about Project 2025 and 2017. They mad late. Yeah, we did talk about it. We talked about it in 2017 on this channel. And he just reminded me we did. And we were talking about it was bullshit back then. Yep, we did. Okay. Because you remember when Trump was running the first time? We talked about it on this channel and how he's not going to do that, and he didn't do that. He didn't change the Constitution when he was president the first time. It never happened. Now, what he tend to like to do, you got to watch Trump now. For those that don't know, he survived Atlantic City back in the 1980s. You got to watch him because he's very slick. What I think he's doing is he'll get on board with some people just to get their votes and their people votes and their money. And he become president, he ain't worried about him. Okay, he not worried about him. He walks to the beat of his own drum. And he uses their votes and stuff like that. So that's what he's doing. He kind of being a politician a little bit. But see, here's the only difference with him. You know how you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Okay, I gave you this money and I got you this amount of votes. Now, when you become president, you gotta look out for him. He don't do that. He like, thank you for looking out for me, but I don't owe you shit. That's how he is. That's why people don't like him. He walks to the beat of his own drum. And here's what's scary about it. This is why they're worried. Because he only have 4 years left. He don't have to appease to anybody now. Because he's not going to be president ever again. So he can just put policies that he want to put out now. So that's why they're a little worried. But as far as taking out, no, he's not doing that. So speaking of Joe Biden real quick, I wonder will he pardon his son now? He might as well. Because he's not going to be president no more. Just pardon your son, man. But yeah, Rosecrans, you know what? Rosecrans, just getting back to what you were saying. I just tend to don't talk about it anymore. You know what I'm saying? People, you know what they'll do? They'll bait you in, though. They're going to bait you in. Hey, how's it going? I was like, I'm good. Yeah, this election coming up, huh? Yeah, election coming up. I remember I was at a get-together, election coming up. Now, they were setting me up because they wanted to know what I had. I don't know why they wanted to hear from me. They was like, yeah, how you been doing, Max? You still doing your YouTube? That's what my friend said. I was like, yeah. You still doing that? You still making your little videos? That's how they said it. Yeah, I'm still making my little videos, man. He said, I like what you're doing, man. I want to do the same thing, but I'm afraid to speak in public. That's what my friend was saying. So I was like, all right. Well, because I've known him since kindergarten, right? Grammar school. So I said, well, why don't you want to do it? He's like, nah, it's just not cut out. I'm not cut out for it. He was like, because he was thinking about doing sports too, like, but covering the Jets. And he wanted to get into politics and talk about what's going on up north. And they was like, yeah, so what are your thoughts on Trump? I said, my thoughts on Trump, personally or politically? They said both. I said, oh shit, they want to cover all ground. They said both. I said, yeah, I haven't really gave it much thought yet. Lying my ass off. They was like, yeah, you have. Yeah, you have, because we watch your video. I said, well, why are you asking me about my videos if you watch them? Why are you asking? So now they was like, oh, no, you ain't got to get confrontation. Now it's getting confrontational. I'm like, why are you asking me then? Because we supposed to be, it's like, yeah, we just want to know. They was like, you rock with Trump, right? You rock with him. Like, see, at this point, I'm like, they got me now. I'm like, what do you mean rock with him? I said, we only have 2 people to vote for. And the other one is not capable. So who else I have to look at? I'm going with Trump, right? And you know what they said? Yeah, we are too, yo. We are too. I said, well, why you put me like in the like my back against the wall like that? Yeah, we just wanted to see if you're going to admit it. Yo, people crazy. Truth be told, that family's always been Republican. They just don't say anything. And then we had the conversation about it. We just don't feel comfortable talking about it anymore. So when Rosecrans, when I see that you had a situation, if I were you, I would just not talk about it at this point. As long as you're voting, that's what counts. As long as you're voting, that's what counts. Because then you'll mess around and then you ain't talking to your family members now. But I promise you though, you'll talk back with them again after the election. Family will come around. Yep, that's how it always is. Yeah, I just wouldn't talk about it, Antoine. I wouldn't talk about it. Yeah, we'll be okay. Firefly. That's all we all got to understand. Yeah, the inflation is heavy. We'll be okay eventually. You get baited. See, they try to bait me now too, and they do the group the group chats. The group chats could be deadly because now they going if they know your affiliation, now what they'll do is they're gonna try to save you. So we're gonna get them back. We're gonna save them, and but as long as people voting, that's all that matter. But what's interesting now is Kamala has to come up with a VP pick. She already, I'm pretty sure she already knows who she's going with. Now it's going to be Kamala versus Trump in the next debate. Now, I'll give her that. She's good with debates. I'll give her that all day long. I'm going to give her that one. But what's going to happen is I believe I don't know how she's going to take him though. Because he's, so we'll see. You said what makes you vote for Trump? I don't like how they handled the border situation in this administration, and it's affecting me. It's affecting my business. I'm a small business owner now, and I handle logistics and stuff, and so it's a lot with it. I like that. It's been extremely emotionally charged 8 years. We all walk the path that we've chosen. Right. Yep. Regardless of who's the president, Joe. That's right. I wish I could pin that. I don't want to put a target on you by pinning your comment, but I like that comment. You know, my godfather told me he has an eighth grade education. He's no longer with us. Oh no, thank you for asking. I don't mind asking. Even if you're a Democrat, it don't matter. You're welcome in here. Democrats welcome in here, and I don't care what you are. Everybody welcome in here. Don't think, oh, I'm voting for Kamala, that you're gonna get attacked. No, you're not gonna get attacked. But you're free to have to come up in here and say it. Other platforms, they'll attack you over it. You know, my godfather, he's no longer with us, but he had a eighth grade education. He went up to the eighth grade. I thought he was like the smartest person I know growing up. You know what he told me? He said, "You just gotta." We all were dealt certain cards at birth, and you just play the hand you're dealt, and then come up that way. You know, he was like, everybody wasn't born with a silver spoon, but you gotta learn how the system operates so you can get your little piece of the pie. That's what he used to say. And he said at he said twice in people's life, usually two or three times, you're gonna have a an event that take place where you're gonna come up. He said you're gonna have. He said whether you come across some free money, whether you get an old lady that got money, and then y'all build together, or something. Somebody give you some knowledge that you can use, or whatever the case is. He said it's gonna happen, and you just got to be accepted and hustle that way, and always have a hustle. That's what he told me. He said you got to be able to willing to hustle out here, because he said this country love hustlers. That's what he said, meaning business owners. Or even if you work, have a little hustle on the side so you can write stuff off. He said this country love hustlers. And they don't care who the president is. You're going to come up some way, somehow. And I'm seeing people come up. I'm seeing a lot of people come up. Even right now, I'm seeing a lot of people come up. And when they come up, they got to be careful though. Like for example, it's this battle rapper that I follow. His name is Mav Hoffa, right? And he lived a regular life. He's a battle rapper. People knew him. But then he got this podcast. I watched him. He got this podcast. And because I remember me and him exchange words on Instagram one time on his live chat. Because he remembered me from following the Chris Unbiased case. And I said, man, congratulations, man. I am really happy for you. And I think he was surprised I said that. I don't know if he thought I don't know if he realized I was being real or not. But he's never heard that before. Somebody said, I was like, yo, I am really happy for you, man. Like, you are like on another level now. I had made the comment, he read it. He said, well, that's what's up, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's what's up. I was like, no, I mean that shit, because that can happen for anybody. So I just watched him come up. This man is making Vlad TV numbers. He just came up. It can happen. It don't matter who the president is. It don't matter. You just got to have a hustle and believe in yourself. You got to believe in yourself, man. You going to come up. Somebody right now that's listening, you about to come up next year. Remember I said it. And when you do come up, please come back and tell me so I can congratulate you. And we can share, we can have a glass of wine celebrating your come up. I love when people come up around me. I love it. A friend of mine just came up. And he had to tell somebody, because he believe in keeping a secret, because you got to be careful. He called me up. He said, yo, man, shit is going good, man. I said, you got a beer anywhere near? He said, yeah. I said, let me go crack one open with you. You know what I'm saying? Let me crack one open with you. And we celebrate his come up. we celebrate his come up. Yeah, he was wise. He no longer with us just because of age. Father Time is undefeated. And I remember the last Christmas I shared with him. It was because him and my aunt, they never got married, but they were like partners, longtime partners. She was my great aunt. That's my godfather, no, excuse me, my grandfather's sister. So she's like my grandmother, right? I shared the Christmas with them because look, they weren't together no more, right? But they were together. Like, if that makes sense to you, right? She said, he's still my friend. So he was like, well, what are you doing for the holidays? I said, oh, I'm going to North Carolina to go see the old lady. He said, can you take me with you? Because he lived near St. Paul's College. And I said, yeah, I'll come. You want to go? He said, yeah. I said, you don't care about my driving? He said, nah, I just want to go hang out with y'all. I said, all right. So I called her up. She said, I already know he's coming. We just want to make sure that you were okay with picking him up. I said, what you mean okay with picking him up? He don't live an hour from me, hour or two from me. I go get him. She said, that's not going to take you out of your way. I said, no, that's not going to take me out of my way. If he want to go. So I didn't know that was going to be the last Christmas I spent with him. Both of them. They died a month apart from each other. And check this out. They were the same age and they were born a month apart and died a month apart. That's crazy, isn't it? So I had to go to both of them funerals. So I said, well, let me go get you. And then he told me a lot of game driving down to North Carolina. He just gave it all to me, man. He gave it all to me. He said, respect people. He said, I don't care who they are. Just respect people. And they're going to help you. He said, somebody's going to help you. He said, a stranger will help you if you respect them. And he said, a killer. He said, I don't give a damn if they're a killer. If you respect them and you don't know them, they'll help you. That's what he said. And he said, you never know when you're going to need somebody. So, but when we spent the whole Christmas together, I remember the other families like, why are you hanging with them? To come hang out with us. I said, I'm hanging with the old folks. Because they started telling me about how it was in the olden days. You know, because they grew up, they were kids in the Depression. So I was asking them questions and stuff. I was like almost interviewing them. And it was like, man, we surely appreciate you hanging out with us old folks. Because they were in their 80s at the time. And I said, nah, we hanging out. We were drinking and everything. It was crazy. Because my aunt used to like drinking that vodka. So she said, you want a swig of vodka? I said, all right. We got drunk as I don't know what. And we sitting up there talking. Then they were telling me how they met. He was in the army. And he would tell me how he met her. And I said, well, what'd you say to her to get her? He said, I forget what he said. He was like, yeah, Otis Redding was at the party that night. And he had his eye on. I said, Auntie Otis Redding had his eye on. Yo, I just thought that I like spit out my beer. I said, Auntie Otis Redding, Auntie Otis Redding had his eye on you. And he got jealous about it. And then he had to say something to her. And they started, because they were hanging out in Harlem. They were hanging out in Harlem somewhere. And so I was like, all right. I never knew that story. I said, Otis Redding? So she said, yeah, I gave his ugly ass a chance. His cockeyed ugly ass a chance. I did. I said, he was cockeyed and ugly. You gave him a chance? I said, he must have had some game. She said, he smelled awful good. He smelled awful good that night. And he had on his tuxedo. Because, you know, back then, when they go out to the jazz joints, they all dressed up. They dressed to the T, man. He had like a tux on. I saw the yeah, she said Otis Redding. Dude, when she said that, I started laughing. I'm like, Otis Redding? I said, how long ago was this? You know, because back, you know, they were in their 80s then. They were around the same age as him, I think. But or he might have been a little older. But so they used to be dressed to the T. I saw how he was dressed. I'm like, damn, y'all dress like that just to go out? He said, yeah, that's how we used to do it back in the day. We worked all week and we saved our money, took our suits off layaway. I mean, all of it used to be like custom made, tailor made suits. They all used to dress that way. And then they used to go out. So they, tell me all the game and stuff like that. And I appreciated listening to it. And then, that Christmas was over. And New Year's came. That year they both passed away. What happened was he got sick because I was taking him back and forth to the Veterans Hospital. And he wouldn't tell me how bad it was, but it was bad. He just wouldn't tell me. So then finally he went to the hospital. So then I had to call her. I said, listen, I'm going to have to tell you what's going on. He's sick. She said, I know. She said, it's bad. I said, how do you know? She said, he told me. She said, he came to me in my dream and told me. She said, I know what and she told me what he had. And she didn't even talk to him. She knew what he had. So then he passed away. So I'm like, how am I going to tell her? Because I don't want her to get sick. So I had to tell her because, I want to see if she want to go to the funeral or not. So I had to tell her. So I said, listen, Auntie, I got to talk to you. She said, he died, didn't he? I said, yeah, he passed. She said, I know. And I said, do you want to go to the funeral? She said, no. She said, I'm behind him. He's coming to get me. I said, Aunt, don't talk like that. He not coming to get, don't talk like that. She got fucking sick the next fucking day. She literally, the next day, she got sick and we couldn't get, so I was like, since she didn't want to go to the funeral, I had to, talk to the family and get the funeral stuff together. So then I took off work because he lived an hour from my job. Well, the funeral was an hour from the job. So I had planned to just go to the wake and then come back to work and then go to the funeral and take off the next day. So my job was like, nah, you might as well just don't come back. Just go to the funeral. Yeah, Jonathan, you weren't gonna last like that. You got snipers up in here. But so I went to the funeral and no, I went to the wake. No, not the wake. The what do you call it? Not the yeah. It was a wake. But when I got there, nobody was there because they were coming that night, and I couldn't make it for the wake that night. So it's just me and the undertaker in there, and that was a good friend of his. So I was sitting in there. He said, "You might as well go in there." He's laying right there. So I'm sitting there, and I just started hearing him talk, like in my head. And he was like, check on your auntie. He said, because she's getting ready to come join me. That's what I heard. So then I left my respects and then I went and we couldn't get in contact with her. So then finally my cousin went to the house. She was laying on the floor. And we don't know how long she'd been laying there. But she was still alive. And then a month after that, exactly a month after he died, she died. Just like that. That was crazy. I was like, it gotta be some truth to it, man, with people going after each other. It had to be some truth to that. But them old people was funny as hell. They gave me some game. They were funny and all types of stuff. They were talking about the depression when they were kids. Yeah. Talking about save money. They were talking about put a little money aside. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah, they were just they gave me all the game. And yep, they gave me all the game. Oh yeah, the people in they already know. They stay in the bushes. They already know. And some of them that's in the bushes right now, Firefly, they can't get out the bushes. I got so many people blocked on this channel that it's ridiculous. So some people can't get out the bushes. So, but yeah, that was it. They were just telling me be careful talking politically, stuff like that. They must have been, Lashane. She said, "Well, I'm next. He coming to get me." I said, "No, I don't talk like that." I said, "He ain't coming to get you." She said, "Yes, he is. We talked about it." Yes, he is. Cause I'm out of here. Yes, indeed. I'm on to the next one. That's how she said it. I said, "No." She's like, "Praise Jesus. I'm on to the next one." I said, "No, you're not." I said, "No, you're not." And yes, she was. She wasn't lying to me. No, you're not blocked. So then I went, I remember at her funeral, I said, "Ain't this something?" I'm sitting at her wake now. I said, "Auntie, you weren't lying. You weren't lying. He came back and got his girl, huh? And y'all traveling together?" And in the voice in my head, she said, "Yep." Just like that. I said, "Well, let me sit my ass down." I said, "Let me sit down. That's it." And I sat right on down because her voice was clear in my head. It said yes. And I looked at each, they said, "What, you okay?" I was like, "Let me go sit down." It's like that's her last time getting me told. She's like, I told you I was gone. So, so yeah, so that was it. So man, Kamala, man, this is big news that he's stepping down. When the last time this happened? Antoine, has this happened before? I know Nixon stepped down. He had to step down for other reasons. Uh oh. That's their way of trolling on Firefly. I'm watching them. Oh, 1968. And why did he step? Why did he step down? I thought Nixon was the last one. Why did he step down? Oh, he just didn't want to run no more. He just didn't want to run, I guess. Oh, look, look. He called. He said, "I'm not trolling you, Max." Oh, you caught what I said. Yeah, I know she already got the AKA vote, sorority vote. Oh, Vietnam. Okay. The Vietnam War. When was that over? 1975. That was the last when they were coming home, right? I think it was 1975. Yeah, he designed. He resigned because of Watergate. He was doing the most. Yo, you know this president Nixon had a goon squad. Do y'all know that? And they would show up to people's house to get a vote. Like if he didn't get an answer from him, he'll send his goon squad. Yeah, that was a different type of president right there. He literally had a goon squad. It's crazy. Okay, he decided not to seek re-election. Okay. Okay, so that's the last time it was Lyndon Johnson. And we know how he became president. Kennedy assassination. He assumed office right on the plane when Jackie Kennedy was there with the blood-stained clothes on. They wanted her to take those off, but she refused to. So he assumed office right there. Oh yeah, battle rap. I remember. I just mentioned something about that too. Yeah, 1975 is the end of Vietnam. That's when I think the last of them came home. It's 1975. My dad came home in. He came home in. He came home in '73. Towards the tail end of it, he came home in '73. I wasn't born yet, but he came home, and yeah, it was 70. I believe it was '73, '73, '74. He had came home before that and went back. He went back again for, but yeah, that war was something else. And the crazy thing is, we didn't win that war. It was declared a ceasefire. Nobody won. So if you want to know who did, was there a victor? No. We technically that war is a ceasefire right now. Technically, it ended in a ceasefire, but it's nobody declared the victor in that war. But there was a lot of stuff underhanded in that war that was going on business wise, drugs and more stuff. It was crazy. I heard that he moved down the block. Now he said that's not true. He said the case is crazy. Female came out saying he moved down the block from her. Yeah, I don't. He's saying that's not the case, and technically, the case is considered. It's a standstill right now. It's not that the case is over. It's what you call. Oh my God, what's the word for it? It's. It was in the higher courts, but I'm not sure if it's still in the higher courts. I'm not sure, but that's the last I checked. They were trying to decide on something. Right, and you said some people won't vote, which actually won't help. Write someone in, but vote, please. Yeah, that's where you are. Some people are like that. They don't like either one, and they're not gonna vote. But so, which means that if that's the case, this race is gonna come down to every vote. Then every single vote is gonna it's gonna be like Gore Bush all over again. Because some people are not gonna want to vote, and I understand. Trump is gonna have to come out and try to seal the deal. I don't know what he got to say, but that's what he's thinking now. I have to seal this deal. I have to come with something. A sales approach. He got to be a salesman again. And what that sales pitch is, it has to be realistic, whatever it is. So I believe he's gonna probably I don't know. I'm gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to wait and see. It has to be something. He has something in his back pocket. He's gonna have to use it if he has something in his back pocket. But I think he got it anyway, just because people don't like Kamala either. But I don't know. We'll see. But Biden, it's just that, Father Time is undefeated. So that's his reasoning. They just want him to step down.
Pick who the nominee is. I think there's a lot of problems here for Harris as well. On the one hand, her team does not want this to look like a coronation. On the other hand, they very much want the nomination. And so, this is sort of a rigged mini primary that they want. What high-level national Democrat actually wants to be sort of the patsy that goes through the mini primary for the purpose of losing to Harris so that she can look like she actually went through a real primary? That's not going to be attractive to many of these top Democrats, Newsom, Whitmer, Shapiro, that we've been talking about.
Yeah, certainly not. Sarah Isker, please don't go anywhere. We have a lot more to discuss throughout this day. I want to bring some of these same questions, though, and topics to Amanda Renteria as well. She was the former national political director for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And if you could hear Sarah and I's conversation there, I would love to get some of your reaction as well, because while we are, again, in an unprecedented time here in American history where the top of the Democratic ticket has just been changed, there is concern over how that plays out politically and what kind of. Is this unprecedented, Amanda, or does this set the precedent?
We're in different times. We've known that. I think we've all experienced that, particularly in the Democratic Party in these various campaigns. Right now, that actually adds to a practical way of thinking. We have 107 days to the election. What does the party need to do to come together? And frankly, the last couple of weeks of the divisive rhetoric, not being able to get our message out there, has really behind the scenes, we all recognize we've got to come together. And those are the conversations that are happening. So how the money moves, maybe if you were in a normal election cycle and there was a year to the election, I think there might be a little bit more of a challenge to how do you smooth this out so that we can have the best 107 days left. But because we're in this very quick timeline, what you are seeing is a party come together, figuring out how do we make sure that we are in compliance and that we're together every single step of the way. And I think every day from here on to the convention.
Amanda, thank you so much. I think we just, again, had a little bit of an audio problem there.
Give me 1 second. I was okay. I was trying to make it so that my microphone is a little louder, but it's like I got to keep the microphone like really. Actually, you know what? I know what's going on. Hold on. Well, actually, the gain is up. not that. It's not the game. I was trying to fix my settings, but all right. So I think right now with Trump, he's gonna have to figure out how he can seal the deal here and how he can close the deal, because he has been known to close a deal in his lifetime. He made a whole book on it. So because he only got 4 years left, Kamala Harris potentially have 8 years left because she's never been president before. So he has to come out and lay the groundwork for the next president. Wait, hold on. Let me see what he's saying. Democrats don't even have a candidate because they're losers. Oh, it was held for review. Yeah, they don't hit just stuff. And YouTube did that, so we had no other choice but to delete it. YouTube did it. Sorry about that. That's YouTube right there. They flagged your comment. So he's gonna have to come out and later say, "Listen, this is how I'm gonna clear the border issue up." Not that he doesn't want people to come in, but it has to be parameters set for people that want to come in through immigration, just like other countries have it for us. So he's going to have to lay that out, and whatever his plan is, he's going to have to seriously come out now. Now he can't be lax about it with Biden. It was a little bit more easier for him. Here, he just got to really come out with the plan. He hasn't done, I mean, he have a little time. Actually, he has been talking about it, but he probably going to want to have a press conference and everything else. And because now I know the game plan for them is going to switch now because of Harris. But they got a problem on their end. They got to move money around. They might have to have a mini primary. Some candidates are not going to want to run on the primary ticket because they don't want to lose. And it's just crazy. But look, we're watching it. It's history, right? We're watching history play out in front of our face. The last time this happened was with, like you guys said, LBJ. So but at least he endorsed her, because there was a rumor saying that he wasn't going to endorse her. That would have been a problem. Like, damn, how is your president not endorsing you, you know? So at least he endorsed her.
Do this. And then Vice President Harris herself releasing a statement writing in part, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Over the past year, I have traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election. And that is what I will continue to do in the days and the weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda." I want to check in now with our ABC News White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks. And so, Mary Alice, you have just been listening to all of us try to navigate our way through what happens next here. We are seeing the campaign fundraising titles changing, right? It is Kamala Harris's name at the top on many of those, but that doesn't mean it is a done deal here. And we know that there is going to be lawsuits and litigation in the weeks ahead. What can you tell us here as you're speaking with some of these election lawyers?
Election lawyers that I spoke with feel pretty good about Democrats' chance of getting whoever their next nominee is on the ballot. Of course, like Sarah Isker was telling you, Republicans are going to try to slow this process down. They're going to try to tie up Democrats in litigation to fight and argue that the primary has already taken place, that Joe Biden has to stay on the ballot. But there's a lot of precedent for the party picking their own nominee. And fundamentally, during the primary process, voters are really picking delegates that go to a party convention. And so the fact that the delegates have not voted yet, the Democrats have not held their convention yet, kind of really helps Democrats in this moment. Remember, there was some conversation about Democrats potentially moving up their roll call vote, having those Democratic delegates formally vote to nominate Joe Biden earlier. It could have been as soon as next week. We saw House Democrats really actually push back on that idea, tell the convention, tell the party that this was a bad idea. They really wanted, frankly, to continue a pressure campaign to see if they could, in fact, convince President Biden to step aside. So really the question now becomes, when will Democrats formally nominate someone? We've been asking the party all day. So far, they're telling us that at this point, they still are planning to do that kind of virtual roll call and formally nominate someone that first week in August. I think that if all of a sudden we see someone come forward and challenge Vice President Harris, that could get bumped again. But like I said, most election lawyers I've talked to feel pretty confident that Democrats will be able to put whoever they want on the ballot as long as that decision is made and a nominating process is formally wrapped by the end of the convention. There are state deadlines where the party has to submit a name to states for ballots to be printed the days or immediately after the convention. And it's also interesting, Kana, just getting some of that initial read and reaction on a personal level from the White House staff and campaign staff, who, like we've been talking about today, were really blindsided by this announcement and really learned of it just in the minutes before, or some in real time with that tweet.
Isn't that fascinating, Mary Alice? Is of all the leaking that we have been getting from Capitol Hill, from the White House, that this ended up being the best kept secret of all secrets. Is really fascinating. And also noting here that Kamala Harris is starting to get major endorsements here from AAPI, Black, Latino political groups, all coming out right now, being very vocal and endorsing her. And again, it's not all set, right? But we're navigating our way through this, and you have to imagine what it is like, not only for her staff at the White House, but for the Democratic National Committee staff as well. It sounds like they just wrapped a call.
Yeah, that's right. We know that they did a call with the Biden-Harris team. And look, the message from the Biden-Harris campaign is that this now needs to be the Harris campaign. We are told that everyone who had been...
Yeah, you're right, Joe. They wanted to have an announcement ceremony. He said, no, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it my way. And they're lucky that he's endorsing her. They're lucky because he didn't have to. He could have endorsed an open ticket. And that would have sent this whole thing into a frenzy. So, yeah, they're lucky, and he did it on Twitter. That's the crazy thing. He did it on Twitter. He said, "No, we're not having an announcement. I'm gonna do it." She is running for the highest office in the land right now. You think, can she pull it off? Because this man he has a political storm like none other. When he got clipped and he got up and put his fist up, oh man, it was almost spiritual at that point. It was almost spiritual. And I don't know if they can withstand it. I don't know if they can withstand it this time. You said in 50 years, will people even know what Twitter is? In 50 years, I don't know. Yeah, it'll be something else, I'm sure.
Organically gaining the support of the party and the delegates still.
Yeah, that is certainly a fine line to walk there, because as you mentioned, it doesn't want to appear as if it was a coronation, that she is just this choice. But when you talk about how voters really haven't had the chance to weigh in here, right? They didn't have a real primary. Democratic voters were told, here's your ticket. And so it'll be really interesting to see how all of this shakes out. Mary Alice Parks, thank you as always for being with us. And passing along some information here as well from our political director and Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein, who's saying that as of now, the DNC is already raising money off of President Biden's decision to step down in this historic moment. They're asking for small dollar donations to recognize. And so the DNC is making this vow here, and I'm just reading again, this is from our political director, Rick Klein, that in the coming days, the party will undertake a transparent and orderly process to move forward as a united Democratic Party.
I think moving forward, he's just going to bring forth his policies and do it his way. He just have to remain true to himself in the way he's doing, because people are rocking with him just the way he is. So he just got to be himself. And when the debate time come, just get through it. At that point, just get through it. Yeah, this is history right here we're watching today. And I'm curious to see what Biden does on his way out. What policies and things, executive orders he gonna sign to try to further enhance his legacy. Let's see what he does.
Responded. He is coming to America tomorrow to meet with President Biden, but the president of Israel thanked President Biden. And then I want to get to President Zelensky. We know that President Zelensky spoke on the phone with former President Donald Trump the other day, and now we have this. He says, "We will always be thankful for President Biden's leadership. He supported our country during the most dramatic moment in history, assisted us in preventing Putin."
Yeah, he already spoke with Trump as well yesterday, and Trump is wanting peace in that conflict over there. He's already asking for it. So that's part of one of his campaign promises, to make sure that that war is ended. And he said he's going to end it like as soon as he gets in, meaning he's probably going to take money away. So Zelensky, everything has changed for him now. Because remember, this administration was giving him money. So this is all going to change for him now. So I know in the Kremlin, they have watched this news, and they're going to hold back now. They're going to wait and see who wins this, because he's already said that he's not going to give them any more money. And that's what Putin wanted, to end this. Like, you guys can't continue to give them more money to bomb us. So it's a lot has changed here. The world is watching this one. This is affecting the whole world here. Okay, so now Biden is officially not running for a second term. So now possibly it's Harris, right? Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see, because remember, for the last 4 years, haven't really heard much from her. But now she is it. Now this is it for her. This is her one shining moment. She is now in the arena. Let's hear what she got to say,
Down. We're starting to see that tide change just a little bit.
Yeah, but you could certainly argue it was devastating for his campaign. I mean, when the money stops, that's really, that everything kind of stops. But yeah, we're seeing that money come back into play. It wasn't like these Democratic donors, Kana, were saying, we don't like the Democratic Party anymore. They were saying, we just don't think that Joe Biden has the best chance to win. And so, yeah, this money is freeing up. We're also seeing some major political action committees come out with endorsements, the largest groups representing AAPI, Black and Latino communities. I just want to read you one thing from the chairman and founder, and also the CEO of AAPI Victory Fund. And it says, obviously thanking President Biden, as everybody has, but it says, Vice President Kamala Harris is the Democratic Party's best choice to win in November. We will fight with all of our might to make her the first South Asian and Black woman ever to serve as president of the United States. Those are some pretty powerful action committees already getting behind her.
Certainly. And to play on the other side there, I just want to share with you as well that we have a super PAC on the Trump side say that they're viewing this switch from Biden to Kamala as a simple pivot. So, wow, this is really going to get interesting here in the coming days. Phil Lipoff, thank you so much for being here with us. As we know, the Trump campaign, of course, has been preparing for this day, not knowing when it would come. But now that it's here, the Trump team is wasting no time releasing a campaign ad, attacking the vice president's record on immigration and border security, but also readying opposition materials on other possible nominees. Here's our chief congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott.
Donald Trump's response to Joe Biden's historic decision to bow out of the race tonight: attack, attack, attack. Trump, who just days ago pledged to unify the country, blasting Biden as the worst president by far in the history of our nation, adding whoever the left puts up now will just be more of the same. It was just over a week ago, after the attempt on Trump's life, that Trump and Biden shared what both men described as a good, respectful chat, Biden calling his rival.
I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers.
Tonight, Trump declaring Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve. And now some of the nation's top Republicans following Trump's lead, calling on Biden to resign from office. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying if Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, he is not fit to serve as president. He must resign the office immediately. The Trump campaign now having to shift course, though they've been preparing for weeks. Trump polling the crowd in Michigan yesterday.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris. Crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further.
And tonight, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, bluntly saying, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way. She owns all of these failures.
All right, and our thanks to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, for that. Of course, she was here guiding us all throughout this breaking news day here at ABC News Live. So, again, our thanks to Rachel Scott for that. I want to now bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who's been there in Rehoboth as President Joe Biden is recovering from COVID. And there was so much speculation, Selena, you know better than anyone, about if and when he would make this decision. You were there with him in Las Vegas when he got that COVID diagnosis, and then he went home there to isolate and to recover.
You said pretty interesting that Obama did not endorse Harris in his tweet. He didn't come out and endorse her yet? What he waiting on? Man. He hasn't really said much of anything. Like, if I was her, I'm like, listen, Mr. President, Mr. Former President, I need your endorsement, sir. And not only that, I need you to come out on this campaign trail with me. But he chilling. Last time I checked, he was with the Dream Team. He chilling.
We all know the information that was leaking out of the White House and Capitol Hill over these last few weeks was really astonishing at times. And also, what more do we know about since his decision to step down became public, and now there's a lot of conversation about Vice President Kamala Harris being at the top of the ticket. She is getting endorsements that are coming through. What is she doing in this moment? She clearly wants to have that role there at the top of the ticket to lead the American people. What are her efforts right now in getting that support, first of all, from her party and then the delegates?
Well, Kana, she's already working to shore up that support. She's been working the phones, making calls to governors, Democratic leaders, and members of Congress. Now, remember here that Vice President Kamala Harris, she's already been a leading voice in some issues that are central to this campaign, including abortion and immigration. And if she becomes the nominee, Kana, this would be historic. She would be the first Black woman and the first Asian American. And Kana, throughout her vice president, she has also been with President Biden in some of these very critical meetings. And I'm learning that she is expected to meet with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu this week. And VP Harris, she has been busy today, as I've been saying. She is already fundraising off of that announcement. She says she's going to do everything in her power to unite the Democratic Party and defeat Donald Trump. Clearly, she's already hitting the ground running.
And Selena, I do want to follow up with you on a couple of things, though, because you, I know, have talked with donors and delegates alike. And it sounds to me like they expressed, they were relieved, right, that President Biden decided to step down and that he's not going to run for re-election. But where they go from here seemed to draw a bit of a divide there.
Yeah, Kana, there was a lot of relief from the delegates and donors I was speaking to in the days preceding this. They were expressing a lot of panic and worry and anxiety, feeling like there just was no path forward for President Biden to defeat Donald Trump. Now, among the donor class, though, when this announcement first came out, I was in a flurry of texts from these donors, and they were very much divided. Some of them saying that they wanted no coronation of Vice President Harris, and they would like it to be a more open process. They wanted to see some sort of mini primary. But as you saw, so many powerful Democratic leaders and members of Congress start to come out and put their full endorsement behind Vice President Harris. I'm told that these donors very quickly started to coalesce around the vice president. Now, of course, none of this is set in stone, but the momentum certainly moving in Vice President Harris's direction.
All right, Selena Wang there from Rehoboth. Thank you so much for being with us, Selena. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman from Florida, Jared Moskowitz. Congressman, thank you so much for being here with us and noting to our viewers here, you have already endorsed Kamala Harris to be there at the top of the ticket. What do you think this moment really says about your party overall and its efforts to defeat Donald Trump in November?
Well, thanks for having me. I think what it shows is that the Democratic Party is serious about making sure Donald Trump doesn't get back to the White House and obviously keeping the Senate and trying to win the House. And so, look, President Biden has an unbelievable record of service, probably that we won't see again. Someone who's dedicated his entire life, decades in the Senate, one of the youngest ever elected by.
I think that would have happened to Breeze if he hadn't stepped down. They would have brought in the 25th Amendment to get him out. So I don't think he really wanted to step down. He just, for his career, he had to. You said no time for a mini primary. Yeah, they're gonna have to just get with her now. And I'm not quite sure if they really want her either. But they feel like they have no other choice at this point. That's who they got to go with. That's it. And if they lose, they're going to blame her.
Don't know who they should vote for in November because they feel like the Democratic Party is in disarray.
Well, look, I don't know why it was today. I mean, it is International Ice Cream Day or National Ice Cream Day. So, today's as good a day as any day, I guess. But look, it was chaotic. It was messy, right? That's how this has been portrayed in the media. But it is no way in comparison to the 4 years of chaos we had under Donald Trump and the 4 years of chaos we would have if he got reelected and also had the House and the Senate potentially, which was the course we were looking at until President Biden made this decision. And so this is a complete reset. I'm sure the Trump campaign is going to try to run the same playbook on Kamala Harris, but she's a different candidate. She's a former prosecutor. She knows how to prosecute the case, and she's going to do that. This debate will be very different than the debate we saw several weeks ago. And so if you look at the Republicans, how they're freaking out, they wanted to run against Biden. They knew that playbook. The race was pretty stable for them. The polling was going in the wrong direction for Biden, in the right direction for Trump. And this is a complete reset. And so anyone saying that they're happy to be running against Kamala, that is not the reverse psychology that they've been running on everybody the last several days.
Well, no, and you are right. And even during the convention, Donald Trump did take to social media and talk about how the Democrats were trying to get Joe Biden off the ticket. And the GOP has been very clear that they would prefer to run against him. And so it will be interesting to see how they change their tactics if they have to go up against an entirely different ticket here. I'm curious, though, in Florida, when you're talking to your...
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's saying here because I'm looking at this poll here. All right, better yet, let's take this poll down. I'm going to do another one. So, can Vice President Kamala be shown? 72% said no. All right, I'm going to end that at 72%. And then I have another one coming. And this one, don't tell me don't tell me what you did. We just going to let the polls speak.
Provide a completely new opportunity for her to go out and reintroduce herself to the American people on her behalf, not on behalf of President Biden, but on behalf of now Kamala Harris as the potential nominee for the Democratic Party once that happens. And so, look, what they know of Kamala Harris is what the media has portrayed about her or what the Republicans have tried to portray. What they're going to find is they're going to find someone who was an attorney general, someone who was a prosecutor, a fierce advocate for women's rights, mental health, and she is going to prosecute this case against Donald Trump. There is going to be a stark contrast now between the past and the future, between a woman's right to choose and, you know, the government coming in and telling you what you to do with your body. And she's going to make this stark contrast. This is, like I said, a complete reset.
Man.
This is not going to be fought on the same issues. I think that the Trump campaign was prosecuting against President
I
Biden.
like this question.
This is going to be totally different what Kamala Harris tries to do. But look, it's also kitchen table issues, right?
Now, my first question was, the poll was, do you think Kamala Harris can beat Trump? And 72% said no. So this poll here, we're going to keep up for a while, because we're going to keep it up for a while to at least see if we get how many votes we can get. But this should be, I'm thinking it should be a little closer. We'll see. Wow, it's not even close, y'all. Not yet. It's only 8 votes. 75% Trump, 25% Harris. Who are you voting for? 75% currently said Trump, but it's only 9 votes. 78%. So we'll see. We'll come back later to that poll. We'll come back later. That's a better question. That'll represent, we'll see. Actually, I'm going to go to my message board and get an idea on the message board, because I can get a lot of votes on that.
You know, that's an argument for today or tomorrow, but that's not something that the American people are going to let them, I think, get away with.
You said better not bring up her legal record. Oh yeah, okay. Kamisha, you said you need another option. How about neither? No, I need this. Let me see. Neither. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, that's not good. Some people just not gonna vote, huh? That's not good either. But I understand, though. I understand. And then we had somebody recently said, "I'm not given a vote." What did it say? I forget what the person said. Reparations or no vote. Well, here's the thing about that. I had said this before. Now I'm not going to get into it. Reparations, because I just don't think that's a possibility.
Social media, the super PAC, MAGA Inc., which supports Donald Trump's campaign, they were already prepared with a 30-second ad. And one of the things they've already done, Kana, they had a $5 million ad buy in 3 battleground states for next week that was running a Joe Biden-focused ad. That team has already switched it out and putting this Kamala Harris ad into effect. So it's a slow transition, but again, as one source said to me, it's been a bunch of years focusing on Biden. Now we have to switch the deck, if you will.
Well, and it sounds like they really were prepared to do that. Also, John, I'd love your take here on J.D. Vance. I mean, he definitely is coming out pretty harsh against Vice President Kamala Harris and her ability to lead.
Well, look, the reality is he got on the ticket because he wasn't going to be soft and gentle. Donald Trump wanted a pit bull, and he got exactly that. Look at everything J.D. Vance has done for the last several months. While Donald Trump was in the courtroom, J.D. Vance was one of his staunchest defenders across TV news. So that is not to be unexpected from him. That, frankly, is the first job. We know Donald Trump falls in love and out of love with somebody if they're out there and defending him or not. J.D. Vance was exactly that guy. Remember, Kana, he was the first one to come out and start attacking Joe Biden after the assassination attempt, believe it or not, a week ago. It feels like we've been in 10 weeks at this rate. But this is where J.D. Vance is going to be a value to Team Trump to be on defense. And then the question becomes for him, who does he debate? Who's his matchup? A lot of questions out there Team Trump has to prepare for.
Certainly, and John, if we quickly can, you know, I know there was a lot of thought here that Donald Trump had the opportunity to shut the door, lock up this election at his speech at the RNC, and in the aftermath of that, there was a lot of concern from the GOP.
Oh, absolutely. People writing me in real time, disaster, who could have thunk it? As one source said to me that used to work for Donald Trump in the White House, Kana, I cried at the beginning, and then shortly thereafter, it was everything I expected it to be, Kana.
Interesting. All right, John Santucci, I'm so happy to have you here with us throughout the day and breaking down all the information that we are getting here into our newsroom on this unprecedented day in American history where President Joe Biden has decided to step off the ticket. He will no longer be running for president, and in that he has endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris. So she will be at the top of the ticket if he has it his way. Now she is making her efforts to shore up the Democratic Party and to shore up the delegates as well. And to shore up the American people in support for her. We're so happy to have you all here with us again as we navigate this historic and unprecedented day in American politics and American history. I'm Kana Whitworth. Thank you so much for streaming with us, and make sure to tune in to ABC News 2-hour primetime special, Biden Stands Down.
Yeah, I heard California was thinking about reparations.
Now, the countdown has begun.
Draw from the race for the White House, ending his campaign for a second term. The president giving his full endorsement to Vice President Kamala Harris. Tonight, former President Donald Trump and the Republican Party already going after the vice president. Our special edition begins now.
Tonight, President Biden stands down. The race for the White House. The president's historic decision to withdraw from the race against Donald Trump. Pressure mounting for weeks following his poor performance at the debate. The floodgates opening, with more Democrats calling on him to drop out. Vice President Kamala.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, they got what they wanted. He's dropping out of the race, and she's it. I like this question here because I believe this race will probably still be close, man. We're going to see. Right now, it's 60-40 right now. But we'll keep it up a little while longer. Yeah, he's a non-factor. Kennedy is an independent. He's a non-factor. I mean, he could get enough votes to where he got to split the vote. That could happen. But as of right now, no. What if she choose Kennedy for a VP? Unless he can garner a lot of votes like Ross Perot or like split the vote or something like how he did back in the day. I mean, yeah, I'm not forgetting about him as because people might vote for him, like because they don't feel like they have no other choice, because they don't like either choice, and they might go with him. So, and it could be a situation where he will be the one to split it. So I don't know. This is gonna be a big turnout of November, I think. November is gonna be something this year, man. It definitely is. Be careful who you talk to about politics, man, around that time. Especially Trump win. Be careful who you talk to, man. Because they're going to blame you for it. Like, if they know that you're voting for Trump and he wins, they're going to blame you, which don't make sense. But they're going to blame you for it. Just know that. I think at this point, he has enough momentum to win regardless of who she picked. So he is the front runner still. I don't think this country is ready for her to be the first woman president. I don't. It's going to come down to that. I don't think so. Maybe Hillary. If Hillary jumps back in, okay, now we're even Steven. This race might be even. But don't she got like a health issues as well? I don't think so. I don't think she would do it. She has a lot of health issues, but I believe so. But I don't know if Harris is it, man. I don't think so.
Nothing short of an act of God would get him out of the race.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'll get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
But the pressure only grew. Actor and Democratic mega donor George Clooney, who had seen Biden just days before the debate, penning an op-ed in the New York Times, urging the president to drop out. Writing, it's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries told Biden to his face they were concerned he would lose the election and take Democrats down with him in November. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did that and more. Though Biden made it clear he was firmly in the race, Pelosi going on TV, calling it still an open question.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
The floodgates had opened. Ultimately, 40 Democrats in Congress called on Biden to drop out of the race, urging him to do it for the party, for his legacy, for the country he loves so much.
Is there a clear path to victory here? And can we honestly say that we're on a path to beating Donald Trump and holding on to the Senate and holding on to the House of Representatives?
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
Biden fighting on, refusing to give in. But in recent days, sources telling us he was willing to listen to arguments from the other side. And then that new blow, Biden testing positive for COVID, heading home to Delaware to recuperate. And it was there, isolating the First Lady at his side, that sources tell us last night the president finally began to come to his decision. Today, he started making calls to his vice president and his closest aides. At 1:45, telling his senior advisors gathered for a call. And just 1 minute later, Biden releasing his letter to the world. Today, Pelosi calling him a patriotic American who has always put our country first and one of the most consequential presidents in American history. Pelosi sending love and gratitude to President Biden for always believing in the promise of America and giving people the opportunity to reach their fulfillment. Those words echoed tonight by former President Barack Obama, who called Biden one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me, and a patriot of the highest order. Obama saying it's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and a historic example of a genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. No mention, though, from Obama on whether Vice President...
Let's bring in Mary Bruce live at the White House. And Mary, an extraordinary 24 hours. With your sources, take us inside the Biden campaign, inside the president's thinking here. This decision was made over the course of the last 24 hours, and you paid very close attention to his language today.
Yeah, and David, this, of course, was a decision that the president was adamant he was not going to make, but the pressure ultimately just too much to bear. He began to make this decision just last night. Then, of course, everything unfolding very quickly over the last 24 hours. The president huddling last night with just that inner circle of aides, of course, his closest family members, the First Lady by his side throughout it all, coming out today, making this historic decision and announcement that he is going to put his personal interests aside, he said, to do what is best for the party and the country he loves so much, deciding to pass the torch to the next generation, David.
She got a lot of work to do with the she has a lot of work to do with the women vote. She has a lot of work to do here, because I'm looking at ABC News. They posted this on Instagram, and I'm just looking at some of the comments from some of the females up here. Somebody said, oh my God, people actually vote for this lady too. She isn't qualified to run a lemonade stand, let alone the United States of America. Somebody said, Lord help us, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. Then got one person that said, she got my vote. She needs someone. She needs someone decent. No, we need someone decent. This person here said, Democrat. She said, I'm a Democrat, but what the fuck has she done? Oh wait, pose for a few pics. We are screwed. Then someone said here, finally someone young. Let's move past the old man. The prosecutor versus the felon. My vote is for Kamala Harris. Somebody said from bad to worse. Somebody said Harris 2024. Somebody said, oh, now she shows up. Lord have mercy. Somebody said, God help us if she wins the presidency. This lady here said she got my vote. Put some blue hearts up. Somebody said behind Kamala. Put the heart up. Somebody said, what a disaster. These are all like women talking here. I'm looking at, I'm focused on them. Said, what a disaster. She has my vote. Please don't. Somebody said, nope. This happened to be a female. Somebody said, go Kamala, let's do it. Somebody said, be for real, she ain't winning. They just keep getting worse. The majority of the comments are bad. She got some good comments in, but the majority is bad. Majority is bad, man.
President is expected to address the nation sometime later this week, not in the coming days, I'm told later in the week. And we did hear from the president's doctor today. He said he is still isolating, but his symptoms are improving significantly. So that is a step up from what we heard the day before when the doctor said he still had some hoarseness and a loose cough. Now, the president, though, he has been here for several days already, and you can just imagine how difficult it was for him to make this decision, one of the hardest political decisions of his.
Let's see what Charleston's saying. He said Charleston White says he'll never vote for a black woman in office.
It's way off with that white dick. Man, you can't make me believe. Hell no. Man, Kamala Harris got a white boy. Her pH balance is off, and her mental instability got to be off. A hoe would have thrown off pH balance. I was raised by black women. I got a grandmother, I got black sisters, but I wouldn't dare put no black woman in no motherfucking position of the White House. The commander-in-chief of the military, a black woman. Not only that, a mixed black bitch married to a white man. Her pH balance is way off with that white dick. Man, you can't make me believe.
Oh, I should have never played him. Lord have mercy. He worse than Umar. I'd rather hear from Umar at this point.
Tonight, Trump declaring Biden was not fit to serve. And now some of the nation's top Republicans following Trump's lead, calling on Biden to resign from office. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying if Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, he is not fit to serve as president. He must resign the office immediately.
Dang.
The Trump campaign now having to shift course, though they've been preparing for weeks. Trump polling the crowd in Michigan yesterday.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris. Crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further.
The Republican National Committee already out with an ad attacking Vice President Harris, though she's not yet the Democratic nominee.
Warning. The follow.
You said one segment that will vote for Harris, the Divine Nine. I don't even think they're gonna vote for her, man. These women, a lot of these women not voting for her, man. She not winning. She not winning. She not gonna get the woman vote. She need about 85% of women vote. She not getting it. I'm being realistic. She's not getting it. You can ask any female in here now, Antoine. Is she ready to be president? They're gonna say no. She not gonna get it, man. See? Virtuous Beauty just said no. So I'm just saying she not gonna. They don't feel like she's it. Now, this country is ready for a woman president, but not her. And you know what somebody came in here and said before? I will vote for a woman president if she's not a liberal. I heard somebody come say that as well. So, she's not winning. So, they would have been, well, see, here's the thing. They could not, Biden wasn't going to win either, because if you're voting for Biden, it's like you're voting for her. So, yeah, they don't want to see her as president. I don't think she got a shot. I'm looking at the polls right now with a poll we created here. Now, granted, we only had 36 votes, but 64% said they voting for Trump. That's enough for him to just, I mean, I'm going to make another poll on my community wall. I get a lot of votes that way. Do I think he should resign as president right now? I had talked about this. I mean, if he said that he can do it, he said that it's just mentally he's. I don't think he. I think he slowed down. I think this was a good idea for him, just because he don't want to have to put himself through all that stress. Yes. Medically, yes. So he won't have to go through all that stress. It's stressful running for president. It's also he has to run the country as well. Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. Resign from the race, but as far as resigning from the office, no. He can just serve out the rest of his term. I'm okay with that. Because the rest of the world is waiting for Trump anyway. Hold on one second. Hello? All right, what you up to? right. Oh, my mother has spoken. My mother has spoken. She said she gonna beat him out. She gonna be. I said she can beat Trump, Ma. She gonna beat him out. She gonna beat him out. Because she said Biden can't do it no more. He's sick. He can't do it no more. I said why can't? She said he need to step down. He can't do it no more. She said it's abuse at this point, having him up in there. He can't do it. But she said Kamala gonna do it. I'm like, all right, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So I guess she got my mother's vote. She's like, she gonna beat him out. Yes, she is. I'm like, all right, we'll see. But she said that man can't do it no more. She said he tried. She said he down bad. She said that man down. She said that man is run down the way they did that man. You said wait until people learn about the family's occupation. Yeah, I think it'll be a good race. Because as you see right here with the voting right now, even though we only have 42 votes, 67% said Trump, 33% said Harris. So obviously it's not representing a lot of votes, but you're going to see it. It could be closer. We'll see. But I think it's going to come. I think it's going to come down to the women vote. That's what it's going to come down to. You guys are deciding this race this year. Just to let y'all know, all the ladies, you guys are deciding the race this year, for sure. For sure. And it's going to be the Generation X women on down to Gen Z. You guys are voting. You guys are deciding this race. Working class, you guys are deciding this race, for sure. For sure you are. You said your dad calls her sister girl. He can't stand. Why he call her sister girl? That's some old slang right there. He said sister girl. And you say he can't stand her. Now, is he from California, Angel Eyes? Because when he said sister girl, that means he cutting his eye at her. He don't like her. But my mother said, poor Biden, he can't do it. She said they gonna run that man down. She said they ran that man down. She said that man got COVID. He's sick. She said he looked poor and skinny going up the steps. I said, Mom, he looked poor and skinny? Poor and skinny. And you know what that means? You looking poor and skinny going up them steps. She said he looked ran out. You said half the country is Democrat. Biden should resign immediately so Kamala can make some decisions before the election and establish a track record. Interesting that you said that. Interesting. Sat, it's interesting that you said that. Okay, what do you guys think about that? So Sat said half the country is Democrat. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I can't because my microphone. Well, let me put it a little closer. So half the country is Democrat. Biden should resign immediately so Kamala can make some decisions before the election and establish a track record as a big decision maker. Sat, I agree with you. Sat, I agree with you. She needs to become the president now. Yes, I agree with you. She needs to come to. That's what my mother said. My mother said he can't do it no more. I said, Mom, he can finish out the rest of his term. She said, no, he can't. She said that man looked poor and skinny. Now, that every time she say somebody look poor and skinny, that's an old term, not poor. She don't mean poor like he broke. Po and skinny. That means that he's almost. I can't explain what she's saying. I really can't. But she doesn't mean that he's broke. She means that she said that his will has been broken. And she said when he got on that plane, the way he was going up them steps, she said he need to step down now. She didn't say step out of the race. She said step down all the way. So yeah, that could work, Sat. I like what you said about that. Virtuous beauty. What'd you think about that? That she need to go be president now. Like right now. And then make some decisions and do some different things right now. Because you never know. She could come in like, okay, because Max over here talking. So let me get Max vote. Let me forgive all student loans. I said, uh-oh, wait a minute. I'm forgiving all student loans. Okay, well then she got my look. I don't know. Like that's all it take to get me. That's all it take, and that's sad, isn't it? That's all it takes to sway my vote. That's all it takes. Look, I'll come out to you guys. I'm like, guys, I know what I said, because y'all be like, y'all know I'm not gonna lie about it, because you like, Max, who'd you vote for today? Yeah, because I can't lie. It's all over my face. You know what y'all have to do on election day? Make me cut on the camera and say, Max, who did you vote for, man? Like, but have the camera on. Don't have me hide behind the camera. But yeah, she would have to, she got to become the president now, because my mother said he can't make it. She said that man is sick. He caught COVID. She said he looked poor and skinny. She said he frail. She said he can't. She said Kim act up right now. He wouldn't know what to do if Kim start acting up. I said, Kim Jong-un? Yeah. I said, Mom, let me call you back. You right. Yeah, she gonna have to be president now. And she gonna have to make some changes ASAP. Yeah, that's what she mean. He frail when she say poets. Yeah. Yeah, he gonna have to make some decisions now. Because she said, like, I remember she said it before, he need to step down. And she needs to come up now and make some key decisions right now. They like pass some bills right now that'll help us out right now. She need to help us now. See, we might get something. We'll see. But I don't think he gonna step down. I don't think so. That'll be sad though if he has to do that, because then you're gonna see the whole ceremony take place, guys. Y'all know what the ceremony is. Antoine know it. At the hangar. You know, when the Marine One comes for the last time to fly him away. And he go to the hangar and they have a ceremony at the hangar at McGuire's Air Force Base, or Andrews Air Force Base. Andrews, I believe. And then, you know, he waved goodbye. That's going to be sad. That'll be sad right there. So I don't know if that's going to help her. I don't know. I still remember when Reagan waved for the last time. He had a broken hand. Something happened with his hand. He waved for the last time, did his salute to George Bush. You know, that symbolic transfer of power. Kamala's standing there waving him goodbye. That's going to be sad. And we know that he's leaving because of his age. He's not leaving because it's going to be sad because he's not leaving because he want to leave. He's leaving because he has to, because they're making him leave. That's what's going to be crazy about it. I don't know if she would have to pass a lot of stuff for people to get by her side. I would say do something with student loans ASAP. Like right now, ASAP, by way of executive order. Like, I don't know. Can she cancel these loans by executive order? Anybody know? Because that's what I would do. Hey, I would say, look, I'm canceling this by way of executive order. And I'm going to make some campaign promises along the way. And then put out forth my agenda for the next 4 years. That's it. That should be enough to have this race even now. At that point, it'll be even, and she might can edge. She will have the advantage if she's president, but I don't think Biden is going to give it to her. Right. That's the last thing he wants is the cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. Because that means he's being forced out. You don't think she can do it without Congress? Let's do some research real quick. Yeah, it's Congress. He can put a pause on payments like they did during COVID. President can expand or modify income-driven repayment plans to make monthly payments more affordable and to potentially forgive remaining balances after a certain number. They already have that already. The president can direct the Department of Education to use existing programs to provide relief to specific groups such as borrowers who are permanently disabled or are defrauded. They already have that too going on. Yeah, he can't. I wonder what the vote looks like in Congress right now. Can she get that passed with the votes in Congress right now? Or is the Republicans in the lead to get that passed? I would have to get that. I would talk to Congress like, listen, we need to stay here. We need to do something drastic. Can she get that passed with the numbers she have in Congress right now? I don't know if it will spike inflation. I don't think so. I think that will encourage, well, actually, no, I don't think it's going to spike inflation though. That will encourage more within the next 2 to 3, 4 years. That will encourage more home buying and different things like that, more major purchases. However, that cannot happen until they do something with inflation, until something happens. Either the livable wage have to go up or something has to happen before, that spending can, because people still can't spend. Even if you forgive student loans, because half the people are not paying them anyway. right now. They're not even paying him. So yeah, man, it's I don't know what else for her to do. Do she have support in the Senate and Congress? If not, then that's just wishful thinking. Yeah, they even if she become president now, yeah, I would still think that she would still have to become president now and try to do something now before November, which is not that far away. And the crazy thing is, she wouldn't even be the shortest tenure president. It was, what's his name? I forget his name. He they had warned him, you know, Mr. President, during his inauguration, you need to wear a coat because, you know, you don't want to get sick. And he didn't wear a coat, and damn, he got sick and died ASAP. He wasn't even president in a few days. It was crazy. $25 minimum wage and a 4-day work weeks. But that's something Congress, again, they would have to be on board with that. The 4-day work week sounds good, Phil. That means people have to work, what, 10 hours a day? Was it Harrison, William Harrison, Antoine? That's who it was. He's a president. Well, no, okay, so the president for only 6 months. Yeah, she would. Let's see, August. What job? She would have to step down now. August, September, October, November, December. She will be close to the shortest term president. She will be close because you say he was president for 6 months. If she lose, then yeah, she will be close to that right there. Crown, royal fashion, and celebrity fat. You said Hillary. You want Hillary up there? You want Hillary to run? You think she got a shot? Oh, your current employer, you got a 4-day work week? You see, your cousin said she was voting for Trump, and most of the comments talking about that 2025 mess. Yeah, they are. That's how it is, man. We'll see, man. I think I don't know. They might call for him to step down totally. That might be the next thing. Because I'm thinking for her to have a shot, she would have to step in as president. So we'll see. Okay, she's president. Let's see how she take with the job for these few months. You think both sides of the aisle want that 2025 mess? I know, right? That's why they low key keep talking about it.
Kamala Harris. I was talking about this with Rachel Scott earlier, this notion that Kamala Harris was an attorney general in California. He talks about her role as a prosecutor. She, of course, was on the Senate Judiciary Committee for Supreme Court nominations. The country has seen her in that role. It's been some time, though, seeing her front and center as sort of a prosecutor prosecuting a case. Now, if given this opportunity, if she earns it, in her words, this nomination, that will be her task moving forward. When we come back here, the question many of you might have at home, the state of the race. So if it is Vice President Kamala Harris, how does she do in the polls against Donald Trump, not only nationally, but in some of the key battlegrounds? Rick Klein is standing by with the numbers tonight. Martha Raddatz also has new reporting inside sort of the mindset of President Biden in Delaware this weekend, recovering from COVID, a deeply personal, agonizing decision after decades in public service to step aside. What is his frame of mind tonight? What was the evolution to get here? She has new reporting here in a moment. Our live coverage of President Biden's decision to withdraw from the race for president will continue in a moment.
Reporting, Rachel, that they've already looked at how they would, take some of the past statements of the vice president.
I don't know what we're gonna. I'm just sitting here watching it like you guys to see how they figure it out. It's a mess. Because I'm thinking they probably might want to give her a shot, like now, like let her run, let her be president now, to try to get some stuff together. And but then it's gonna look bad him leaving like that, because he doesn't want to leave. They're forcing the old man out. So that's going to look bad, too. No, she's not stepping down. She want this, Aunt. This is her moment. Yeah, a lot of people want an authoritarian strongman to take a father-like role. Yeah, that would be an interesting one. How many people were gonna vote for Trump before Biden dropped out, right? But now they're gonna vote for Harris or vote for Trump, vice versa. I'm still looking at this poll here. I mean, 51 votes so far, 65-35 right now. She moved up a little bit, 65-35. You said Harris could have Gavin Newsom as vice president. Oh, don't say that. You said hopefully Vice President Harris won't get the Ron Brown treatment. Oh, wait a minute. I hope not, Antoine. Oh, hell no. I hope not. Yeah, that definitely won't be good. Yeah, we don't need no more of that. I don't know what Lashane. I don't know what the thing. I don't know what they're gonna do. But right now they have to quickly. Everybody in that party has to unite with her, and get. She's the the person to do it.
Well, Donna, always good to have you. I would have reached out to you, but we're on the air, so I'll do it right here on the air for our viewers to listen to as well. This virtual roll call that's coming in the coming weeks, even before the convention begins, that is still on track. And do you believe it'll be the Vice President Kamala Harris who is the eventual nominee here?
Well, first of all, I'm very sad, and like many Democrats, that Joe Biden decided to step back. But I'm also very excited that he has passed the torch on to a proven leader, someone who's battle-tested. She has been vice president for the last 3.5 years. She has met with foreign leaders. She's done the job. And I know that she's ready to take on former President Donald Trump. With regards to our nominating process, David, as you well know, there are several states that have deadlines to get on the ballot before our convention is gavelled in on August 19th. So we're trying to ensure that our nominee will have the ability to get on the ballot in all 50 states in the District of Columbia. As we speak, my friends are sending me notes. So I want to let John Call know that tomorrow the Nebraska delegates will make their consideration. Alabama has made theirs. My beloved home state of Louisiana. I'm going to get on the phone with all of the D.C. delegates to ensure that she's able to get the delegates that she needs to have her name placed in nomination. This process is open. It's open, it's transferable. Look, the president today at 1:45, I may not have the right time, but he decided to drop out of the race. He also decided to endorse Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris' name is not on the ballot with regards to the delegate, so she will have to secure their nomination. She needs 300 delegates to put her name into nomination, and she will need over 1,980 delegates in order to be the next nominee of the Democratic Party. We're going to work very hard. I support Kamala Harris. I know there may be some other candidates that decide to get in the race, but I will support Kamala Harris in an open and transparent process.
So just to explain this to the viewers, Donna, and you did a great job there, but I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this. Even before the nomination, because there are some states and the dates on the calendar, you've got to make sure that their delegates are heard even before the convention so that their numbers count too in coming up with a nominee. So even though that process begins now, some are going to say, well, wait a minute, we just heard the vice president say, I want to earn this, I want to win this nomination. If the process begins so soon, where does the winning and the earning come? Or is that just simply part of this sort of rollout of this process?
Well, as you all know, Joe Biden ran with Kamala Harris as his running mate in 2020. They received over 81 million votes. Joe Biden ran with Kamala Harris this year as his running mate, and they received over 14 million votes. Those votes are now translated into delegates. There are over 4,000 delegates to the 2024 Democratic Convention. But in order to get on the ballot in all 50 states in the District of Columbia, the nominee of the party must be handed this nomination before August 7th. And when I say August 7th, we have to take into consideration the Ohio deadline, also the Washington State deadline, the Oklahoma, Montana, as well as the great state of California, which with 54 electoral votes. Their deadline is actually on the night that the next nominee would be given that title. So we want to get this done. We want to ensure that the nominees on the ballot, but first, the person has to they have to earn the delegates. They have to earn the votes of the delegates. And that is what the vice president is doing now. She's calling up delegations. She's calling up delegate leaders. She's calling up leaders because she wants to secure the nomination. She's working the phone. I suspect that she'll be working it all night until she gets the 1,980 votes.
I know you've been an informal advisor to Kamala Harris along the way in her political career. It's really interesting, Donna, and thanks for the explanation. You mentioned Ohio, Washington, Oklahoma, Montana, among the states that have deadlines even before the Democratic National Convention. So take our viewers inside the convention, if you will. I know you don't have sort of a crystal ball, kind of impossible at this point because we're in uncharted territory here, but it's less than a month away. By night 4 of the convention, which of course is the big night with the nominee, do you believe it's going to be the vice president?
I think she has a head start for 2 reasons. She crisscrossed this country. She was able to connect with voters, and like Joe Biden in 2020, she was able to get so much support out there. There are people who are literally calling me, David, saying, how can I sign on? I said, we need pledged delegates. We need delegates. And we encourage everyone to go out and raise some money and begin to take their assignments in terms of helping to build the kind of momentum. David, we have spent 3 weeks and 3 days contemplating whether or not the president of the United States would step back. He decided today at about 1:45. I was on a call at 2 o'clock to certify the delegates. We certified the delegates around 2:45 p.m. today, Eastern time. Now that we have an official list of delegates, then it is up to the vice president and anyone else who want to toss their hat of gloves into the ring to go out there and secure the delegates that they need in order to get this nomination. We're encouraging them to do it fast because I don't think we're going to slow down the process. We just got to quicken the pace, so to speak.
Any chance it's going to be a contested convention?
Well, I don't know
Yes.
the candidates. I talked to Joe Manchin a few minutes ago. He wanted to inquire about the process. I had to remind him that in order to put his name in nomination, he has to sign a form that he's a Democrat. He left the party a couple of months ago.
Did he say he's willing to do that?
Sure that
We're already.
Well, David, I had to come and talk to you. You asked me about food tonight.
You
so
put
I
me
had
before Manchin tonight? Is that what you're saying?
Got this week coming up to get busy.
I'm back with him. Look, I know so many members of this party. It's a great party. It's going to unify around the nominee. But if it's Kamala Harris, the vice president knows she has to earn it. We're Democrats. We make you work for it. We make you tell us what you want to do and how you're going to do it. So she's going to have to step up and run this campaign the way Joe Biden has run his campaign. And I do believe that she will be able to finish the job that Joe Biden started.
Donna, as you know, you were part of the coverage last week. We spent a week on the Republicans last week. Now we have this major story on the Democratic side.
It is
you know,
last minute,
you and I have
because
both
we
obviously
waited
studied the
to
polling
do
here.
it.
We know that the numbers were very high when voters were polled, particularly among the Democrats, about concerns when it comes to President Biden's age, fitness for another 4 years. But you also know, Donna, I always love to flip the coin. I'm mindful that 14 million people did vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in this primary. What do you say to voters out there tonight who are upset, who are saying, well, wait a minute, I voted for Joe Biden and he's now dropped out?
Well, they were aware that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were running together. Before the primary season began, the vice president, along with the president, they were raising money. They were building the infrastructure. They were opening up campaign offices. She has been out of this city practically every week, 2-3 times a week, trying to help the president secure the nomination and raise the money. So I think the voters out there are familiar with Kamala Harris. They're familiar with her record. They're familiar with the knowledge that she has brought to this ticket. And don't forget, in 2020, with Kamala Harris' support, Joe Biden was able to secure 306 electoral votes, 81 million votes. So I am confident that she's going to work very hard to try to pull together the Democratic Party over the next 72 or 96 hours. And she's going to secure that nomination.
Yeah,
We've seen some of the
72
polling, the national polling, and in some of the polling, it shows that she might do a little bit better than President Biden up against Donald Trump. The question, Donna Brazile, is in the key battlegrounds, as you know, and in some of those states, there are a couple where she does a little bit better, but in some of the states in the key battlegrounds, she doesn't do as well as President Biden. Can she pull off these battlegrounds?
I think with the help of President Biden and many, many others, you've seen the type of support that continues to trickle in from all across the Democratic Party. I do believe that she will be able to close the gap and once again bring the Democratic Party to victory in the fall. But this is also about uniting not just the Democratic Party. We started talking last week about uniting the country. I hope that she will come forward with her message, her vision, because the country really wants change.
All right, Donna Brazile with us for our live coverage here tonight. President Biden's decision to back away in this race for president. Donna, thank you. Stick with us here. We're going to continue with other members of the team. Rick Klein, our political director, Washington bureau chief. And Rick, you heard what I just asked Donna. You know, it all comes down to the polls. We know that President Biden wanted to see some of this data. Kamala Harris performs about the same, maybe a little better nationally up against Donald Trump. There are some bright spots, I think, on the Democratic side for the Democrats in some of the battlegrounds. But make no mistake, the numbers that I've seen show that she has a very stiff challenge ahead if she's the nominee in these key battlegrounds.
That's exactly right, David. This does not solve all of the Democrats' problems. In fact, it could make them worse in some states if you believe the very early battleground state polls. There hasn't been much out there. We have seen a national poll that came out just in the last couple of days that had a dead tie between between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And we also had some new polling out today from ABC News and Ipsos that showed favorability ratings for some of the major candidates. Check that out. Kamala Harris's number a little bit better than Joe Biden, but not as good as Donald Trump. Trump got a significant boost out of his convention and out of the assassination attempt. So these numbers still have to be concerning to Democrats, but they've got a lot of time to try to build up Harris. And it was significant in your interview with Donna right there that they are going to continue to push to have a virtual roll call ahead of the actual convention. The deadline is actually going to be August 7th, according to Donna, who's part of the Democratic National Committee. That pushes things up. And that tells you some of the urgency now among Democrats. They want to get this squared away to stop any challenges that could happen on the convention floor. That remains the plan of the Democratic National Committee at this hour, to try to get this all wrapped up in a bow before they arrive in Chicago. That is going to be a tough task with Senator Manchin and others circling about other opportunities.
We have just a few moments left in this hour. Rick, thank you. We have a whole hour coming up for you, but I want to give Martha Raddatz the last word tonight, because, Martha, with just a few moments left, the mindset tonight for President Biden these last 24 hours have been deeply personal and difficult for not only the president, but his family.
For all of them, because we saw how badly Joe Biden wanted to stay in this race. We were reporting last week that he was lashing out at people who would suggest he leave. He truly thought he could get over the hump here, that he could make up for that disastrous debate. So it was a difficult decision. He does not think, according to a senior official, that he is mentally impaired. He thinks this is all about energy, but he wouldn't want to say mentally impaired. He's still the president.
Martha Raddatz with us this hour as well. Martha, thanks so much, and thanks to our entire team. They're all still reporting this story out. We have another hour in prime time. President Biden stepping down in this race for president. What does it mean moving forward against Donald Trump? And if the vice president becomes the eventual nominee on the Democratic side? I'm David Muir. I'll see you just moments from now for another hour in prime time.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. She's going to get a lot of sleepless nights this week. She got a lot of hustling to do. This is really last minute that they're doing this. They got deadlines in August. November is when people go to the polls. Yeah, she got a lot on her plate to try to gain ground here. But I don't know. And hopefully it won't be contested. So, you said Putin is not going to want Kamala to win? Now, see that Agenda 47, that Project 25, listen, that's the least of her concern right now. She can't go on that. She got to rally up the troops, get everybody behind her, figure out a strategy moving forward to talk with the people. Now, fear mongering is not going to work because I'm telling you, these Gen Xers on down, they're not afraid. So that doesn't work. Now, she got to somehow capture that woman vote. And I don't know if she has it. So I don't see her winning. Just don't. Yeah, they had 4 years, and now they could come into the last minute after 4 years of planning, and they didn't plan. But I'm gonna say this: like within the last year or so, he really started to decline, and it was like I'm like, are they seeing this, or am I the only one? But then they had to, after that debate, they had no other choice. And then at that one engagement, he slipped and said about the man's wife. They had no choice at that. Like, sir, you got to step down. It's crazy.
Assuming she's the nominee. A special edition of ABC News and our coverage of the race for president begins right now.
Tonight, President Biden stands down.
President Biden stands down. You said she can't run on securing the border properly, that's for sure. Yeah, I know. I don't know. She could see what she come up with. She's gonna have some type of official statement or something. You said they saw. Okay, I like that too. You said they saw it but overlooked it. Tried to act like we didn't. Yeah, we saw it. I was like, man. I'm like, yeah, this is bad, man. Yeah, within the last year or so, he really started declining. It was really bad. You know, you'll see the videos where, it was one video where the Secret Service say, Mr. President, this way. He just totally walked the other way. He was like going towards the street of the South Lawn of the White House. He just started walking, and they had to go grab him. It was crazy. And it was like he just, it's different stuff like that and his gaffes. So, yeah, it's time for him to step down. Right there, that's what my mother said. He was looking po and skinny.
Best for the country. President Biden revealing that decision today and then immediately endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's nominee. The vice president vowing to run, to win, to earn this nomination tonight. The Democratic National Convention, by the way, less than a month away now. So, of course, many questions to get to in this hour. Will she?
You said, I think Michelle Obama for VP. Nah. No, I doubt it. They have a list of short people on the list. They have a short list for her right now. Yeah, she not gonna want to do it. She's not trying to jump in this mess. Who speaks to people like they're 3 years old? Kamala? Joe? You said you voting Trump, so I have no. You said I'm voting Trump, so I had no leg in the race. Dems don't have a strong candidate. They got to come up with something, Larry. They got they got to come up with something, and they have a deadline, and we're almost in August now. They got an 8th deadline of August. That's my birthday too. Then that day they have. I'm gonna remember that because they have a deadline to meet, which she will meet it. But you said they have too much big bickering and fragmentation, right? They should have been had this together 3 years ago on what the exit strategy would be for Biden. This should have been took place already. I guess they say better late than never for her, so we'll see. I never forget when Joe finally told her she gonna be vice president. Oh, Joe, we did it, Joe. We did it. Let me stop. Let me leave her alone, man. We did it, Joe. We did it. When they won when they won the presidency, like, we did it, Joe. We did it. All right, look, I'm not. Let me get serious because I don't want to turn this into me. I don't want it to make it like I'm talking down on it. Y'all remember that. Don't act like I'm the only one that don't remember. I'm the only one that remember. We did it, Joe. We did it. My mother was telling me, she said, just be careful with your commentary. Don't sit here and make jokes. I'm like, why not? We need to laugh the way this country going. We need to laugh. Oh, man. She had a smooth ride. Now, what would I have done if I was in her place? Because nobody had it better than she did. She didn't really have to do nothing. It was all on Joe. I mean, we gotta laugh, Joe, at something. I saw what she was doing in California. I'm not gonna talk about it right now because I don't think it's right for me to talk about it because I'm not from that state. Okay, but if y'all want to bring it up, that's on y'all. You said Bernie did the same thing to Hillary. He asked if he thinks she's so bad, then tell the people to vote for her. Right. And guess what they did? They didn't vote for her, Andrea. They listened to him the first time. I can't wait for her official statement. Because we're going to come back. As soon as she make her official statement to the public, by way of a press conference or her getting on the campaign trail, I want to see what she's going to say. She is lucky, though, that Joe is endorsing her. She's lucky. Because if Joe hadn't endorsed her today, I would have been carrying her all night. All night I wouldn't have got off here. All night. I'm like, how did the president not endorse you? But you know what would have happened though, right? They would have got real petty with him. It would have been ugly. If he hadn't endorsed, he had to endorse. They made him do it. You know why I say that? Because if he stepped down and he didn't endorse her, see, this is when my mother said he looking poor and skinny, but if he didn't endorse her, like, no, Mr. President, not only do you got to step down, you have to endorse her. No, I'm not doing it. Okay. 25th Amendment, we come. They would have got petty with him and sent him on that Marine One packing. That they would have did that. And then she would have had to be president for a minute. She need to step down too, this one. I ain't gonna get on Nancy. And she a little sharper than he is though. So I give her that. She's older, but she's still sharp. Let me see what he's saying. Hold on.
Your friend and partner to me, and a patriot of the highest order. Obama saying it's a testament to Joe Biden's love of country and a historic example of a genuine public servant, once again putting the interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. No mention, though, from Obama on whether Vice President Harris should now become the Democratic nominee. Two people who are getting behind Harris, Bill and Hillary Clinton. In a statement, the former president and Secretary of State calling Biden the country's North Star, saying we are honored to join the president in endorsing Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her. Tonight, First Lady Jill Biden forwarding her husband's announcement with a heart. Her communications director telling us the First Lady was supportive of whatever road he chose. She's his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side. And from the president's son, Hunter, an emotional statement. For my entire life, I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever remained of his heart to others? He is unique in public life today in that there is no distance between Joe Biden the man and Joe Biden the public servant of the last 54 years. I'm so lucky every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same.
54 years, man. 50, and this is how he's going out. 54 years. That's more than all my life. 54 years. Well, I mean, did Obama endorse her or what? He didn't say he endorsed her. Clinton's did, though. So, well, that's it. That's who we got now. We got Trump and Harris. That's what we got. Right. They were criticizing people kind words when Trump after he was almost killed. Right. Right. You say he will. He will endorse. He ain't do it yet. What he waiting on? He didn't do it yet. I don't think he is. Oh, waiting for the press conference, right? With the VP pick, or he could be waiting for the. He could be waiting for the convention too. He could do it there. He probably speak at the convention as well. Yeah, her VP pick is very important. Who you think is going to be? There's a short list of people. Who do you think? Anybody you have in mind or no? Yeah, they do need to step down Antoine over 70. Like, you need to retire. Yeah, they were all endorsed to support, right? You said lock up all the Oh, man. She was that bad in California, y'all. She was that bad. If anybody here from California, was she that bad? Let me know. Yeah, they need a age limit. Yeah, definitely the convention, she'll name her VP and maybe get Obama and them there to speak and endorse her. Yeah, but Angel, that sister girl comment, that's an old school word. He don't like her. He so sister girl. I know why he said it too, but I'm not going to get into it. But he said, oh, sister girl over there. I don't like it. She ain't got his vote, Angel. Is that your was that your uncle Angel or you say your dad? One or the other. They don't got her vote. They got their vote. You said a law that jail parents if their kids aren't in school. Candace, I gotta do it one time just for you. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it. You got a we did it, Joe. Candace, I had to do it. I had to do it. I'll be right back. I gotta put my piece in the oven. Hold on, give me a second. We did it. We did it. What time is it? Let's see. Whitmer. You think it'll be, let's see, Whitmer. Yeah, we definitely see who her running, who's going to be on her ticket eventually. Yeah, Bernie Sanders, I don't think so. We'll see, though.
President in terms of any of the details that they want to have with it, but we've made it very clear that we welcome that debate because we want to talk about the contrast between the Biden-Harris agenda and Donald Trump's agenda, where he is going to unite America and lead us into a bolder future.
Michael Whatley, the chair of the Republican National Committee, giving us a bit of a preview of the playbook ahead against Kamala Harris. Michael, we sure do appreciate it, and we appreciate your words. We look forward to that debate down the road here, not too far away. Thanks so much, Michael. In the meantime, the Trump campaign already responding to President Biden's decision to step aside tonight. You heard a little bit of it from Michael there, what they plan to, the issues that will be front and center in going after Vice President Kamala Harris, should she become the Democratic nominee. In fact, the RNC releasing a campaign ad already tonight going after Harris's record. For more on that, here's Rachel Scott tonight.
Donald Trump's response to Joe Biden's historic decision to bow out of the race tonight: attack, attack, attack. Trump, who just days ago pledged to unify the country, blasting Biden as the worst president by far in the history of our nation, adding whoever the left puts up now will just be more of the same. It was just over a week ago, after the attempt on Trump's life, that Trump and Biden shared what both men described as a good, respectful chat, Biden calling his rival.
I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers.
Tonight, Trump declaring Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve. And now some of the nation's top Republicans following Trump's lead, calling on Biden to resign from office. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying if Joe Biden is not fit to run for president, he is not fit to serve as president. He must resign the office immediately. The Trump campaign now having to shift course, though they've been preparing for weeks. Trump polling the crowd in Michigan yesterday.
So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris. Crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further.
The Republican National Committee already out with an ad attacking Vice President Harris, though she's not yet the Democratic nominee.
Warning. The following may upset liberals who don't want voters to know the truth about Kamala Harris.
And tonight, Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, bluntly saying, Joe Biden has been the worst president in my lifetime, and Kamala Harris has been right there with him every step of the way. She owns all of these failures.
Rachel Scott back with us tonight. In fact, you broke the news here on ABC today. Excellent coverage this afternoon leading up to this moment. In the meantime, a lot of fast-moving parts here already. Kamala Harris says she will win this nomination. She has less than a month until the Democratic National Convention. You've got the Trump campaign already responding tonight with the assumption that it's going to be Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. What are your sources telling you? We heard from Mr. Whatley there at the RNC, a hint of what their playbook will be: immigration, inflation, some of the key issues that they were already going after President Biden with. They plan to now pivot, if you will, to Vice President Kamala Harris, assuming she's the nominee. And it appears that they are assuming that is what they're targeting right now, the vice president. It sort of does flip the script for them in a way, does it not? Were they hoping that they would continue running against President Biden?
They were really hoping that it would be President Biden on the Democratic ticket. I mean, look, this is not an ideal scenario even for the Trump campaign. We are 100 days out from the election. So imagine picking your running mate at this point, going through the Republican National Convention, accepting the Republican nomination, and now all of a sudden you're trying to figure out who exactly you're running against. The one benefit they do see is that Harris still has this tie, right, to President Biden. Of course, she served as his vice president, and so they're going to be able to go after her on the same things that they went after President Biden for. But of course, there are so many different dynamics in this race now, with it being Vice President Kamala Harris. And one of the biggest open questions, if she is in fact the nominee, is who her running mate's going to be, David.
Right now, I would assume, though, the Trump campaign is looking at the polling in the battlegrounds and still feel relatively reassured. Of course, on the Democratic side, they'd say, well, wait a minute, she hasn't even had a chance to make the case herself out there yet. But in many of those battlegrounds, she might perform in a couple of them a little stronger than President Biden is at this point. But she does trail Donald Trump in the vast majority of those battlegrounds as well, from the polling that we've seen publicly so far. She's got her work cut out for her. But again, it's the unknown for the Trump campaign.
It's the unknown, and that is what's so dangerous here, that they've been working for months and months to build this whole campaign, this whole operation against President Biden, and now they're trying to have to switch gears at this point. So, yes, they're looking at some of the polling. Either way, David, this is such a close election, and now you have people really tuning in now that you have this major shakeup on the Democratic side.
Really a generational shift on the Democratic side, it would appear tonight. And again, as you heard me ask Mr. Whatley there about this sudden shift with all the focus on President Biden's age, with him stepping out of the race. Donald Trump at 78, obviously, is the oldest candidate in this race now, moving forward. Rachel Scott with great reporting all afternoon. Rachel, we do appreciate it. As we have been reporting here, many Democratic leaders say President Biden's decision tonight will help energize the party. Will Vice President Kamala Harris prevail in this nomination process? Will she be challenged? These questions are still outstanding. But if she does get the nomination, with President Biden now fully behind her tonight, the question already, who will be her running mate? Here's our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, going down the list tonight.
She doesn't have a single pledged delegate yet, but Vice President Kamala Harris is quickly emerging as the presumptive Democratic nominee. Even before Harris made it official that she would be running to replace Biden at the top of the ticket, she had locked up key endorsements, starting with Biden himself and former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Members of Congress quickly endorsing too.
It's in the interest.
You think mostly black women voters are going to vote for Harris? But right now, let's see how many people voted here on this poll. Let's see. So we got 69 votes. Still 64% Trump, 36% Harris right now. Still not enough. But you think that's T Breeze? You think that's enough for her to have a shot at winning? Yeah, no, I don't think that's enough. I don't. But she's all they have, you know. She's up next, so she gotta take over. Yeah, she said she gotta stay sturdy, right? You say call her crooked Kamala. He don't say her name right. He call her Kamala. Yeah, like the wrestler, right? Kamala. Well, there's going to be a lot of people taking sides. I'm going to get on Facebook and see what people are talking about. They are really going to be endorsed. Let's see what they're saying. Yep, people are starting to say it. I'm with her. I'm with her. Yeah, they really yeah, yeah. I'm looking at all these women I went to school with. Somebody said all boots on the ground for me. Somebody said this could be oh, Fred, be quiet. He said this could be the beginning of something very exciting. Folks need to get into it. Like, what are you talking about? But yeah, they all get on Facebook. And so I just sit back and just see what they're saying. Just to get an idea what people thinking. Let's see. Wow, Trump re-elect Attorney General Kamala Harris. This was September 26, 2011. He gave her money. It was a short donation for him. He gave her, let me see, how much did he give her? He gave her $5,000. That wasn't nothing. But it came from Donald Trump, 725 Fifth Avenue. He used to be well, that's nothing. Everybody knows he was a major donor in the Democratic Party. Everybody knows that. So they're trying to use that like he actually endorsed. I mean, he gave her $5,000. He was a donor in the Democratic Party. Everybody know that, I think. You said, I don't believe active duty military personnel would trust it. That's a good point, too, about the active duty military. What do they think? You said, let me guess. Tanya. No, I don't see I didn't see that she said anything yet, Antoine. Sylvia. Sylvia, that's Sylvia that I was reading that from. But they're showing an old check here that Trump endorsed Harris. Let's see what else they're saying. Yeah, so that stuff will come out. I was just looking at seeing what they were saying here on Facebook. It's really going to be a hot topic here. You said it's almost like Trump is running unopposed. The way things are going, isn't it? That's what it seemed like. Someone said that. T. Bree said that she think that Kamala Harris will get the black woman vote. And then I was like, is that enough for her to win? She said no. It's not going to be enough for her to win. She's going to need all the women vote, like all of it. And I don't think so. I don't think she's going to get it all. Not at all. I don't think so. Not this time. That's just my thoughts on it. said still a lot of time left. You said Fox has her polling better. What do they have her polling at right now? What's the poll saying, Yar? You said this will be close. That's what they're saying. Yeah, I'm looking at the. We don't have a lot of votes here on this one, but I think the race will be a little closer than it was maybe if it was Biden. But I still have Trump pulling it out, though. They got Harris 50 to 49. They have it damn near 50-50. Wait, Harris got 49? PBS. Who has 49? Like 54. So they really have it 50-50, you're saying. So that's really a 50-50 at this point. And Fox have Trump 49-48. Yeah, 50-50. I got to look at what Vegas is saying. Well, they have it even right now, pretty much. It's gonna be, guys. It's gonna get really interesting. Let's see, we're almost in August, so September, October. The next 3 months. The next 3 months is gonna be really interesting. Harris 50, 49 Trump on PBS. Okay. Honestly, I don't. Maybe it's that close. Let me see, 40. Let me see, July. Yep. 30, 60. Less than, yeah. The next 3 months is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they got it polling that close as well. But anything can happen. Excuse me. No, I don't think so, Antoine.
It's ABC News. But you saw this readout earlier that reported that Vice President Harris spoke with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who we know is right near the top of the list of potential running mates. Very popular Democratic governor of Pennsylvania.
That's who I'm thinking that's going to be her running mate. I couldn't think of his name, Josh Shapiro. I think that's going to be her running mate. He is at the top of her list.
Cooper's on the list. Look, there are so many strong Democratic leaders and perhaps some others that the vice president should give every consideration. She needs to have a strong ticket because the American people are expecting a strong Democratic ticket for proven leaders who can lead this country from day one. She's been on the job for over 3.5 years, and I'm confident that she will make a great historic choice.
Donna Brazile with us. Breaking news here, as always, which is why we appreciate you coming on. Donna Brazile, our ABC News contributor. Thank you. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz, our Chief Global Affairs correspondent. First, Martha, I wanted to get your reaction to Joe Manchin there, calling Donna Brazile and saying, now, how does this work? Can I get in this potentially to challenge Kamala Harris? She told us here on the air that she told Senator Manchin, well, first you got to become a Democrat again, with a little twinkle in her eye there live on the air when she said that. But you had Joe Manchin on this morning. I know you interviewed him, and it was a relatively moving interview about believing that this was the right thing for President Biden to do, to step aside. But was there any inkling during your interview that he might be considering challenging the vice president?
The simple answer is no, and what a difference 12 hours make. I asked him directly if he thought Joe Biden should step aside. He clearly wanted to announce that on television this morning, and he said, I come with a heavy heart to think the time has come for him to pass the torch to a new generation. I'm concerned about the president's health, his well-being. I really am. Again, he said, I think a new generation, it's time for a new generation to try to heal the party and heal the country. Joe Manchin will be 77 years old next month, so I don't know what he's talking about, a new generation, unless it's from 80-year-olds to 77-year-olds. But he gave no indication that he would consider doing that, and it's pretty clear that he is now interested in possibly getting into this nominating process. He did tell he wanted an open convention. He thought...
Oh, boy. Y'all hear that? He wants an open convention. Now he's thinking about it. Oh. Well, it's hope for me, y'all. It's hope for me. I'm in my 40s. So, in the next 35 years, if I decide I want to be president, I'm going to do it. It's hope for me. Guys, I'm getting in the race. Now, I figured that too. I was like, I ain't saying anything because maybe I'm just talking at this point. But I'm thinking somebody's going to be like, no, I want to get in the race. Let's have an open convention here. I want to get in. No, Angel, I can't put my bid in. I'm just joking. Imagine I'm the president. They'll give me hell up in there. But I will be for the people, though. For sure. We breaking bread on day one. Y'all getting a check on day one. Who says Christmas have to be on December? We having Christmas every quarter. Every quarter we gonna have Christmas and break bread. You know what? You think we should do that, Sat? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. All right, we're gonna do that. Watch some of those primary debates, 2020, where Kamala was debating Biden at times. Definitely. We got to go back in the archives and bring that back up. What do you guys think about an open ticket right now? Do it have to be Harris, or are you considering somebody else? No, we need somebody that's not politically compromised. We need somebody up in there that's gonna break bread every 3 months. Now, some might argue at Max that ain't gonna help the inflation. No, it's not, but we gonna break some bread anyway. At least we have some bread in our pocket. And I'm not talking about just one time, every quarter. Is it gonna help? But then, no, it's not. But at least you'll have something until we figure something out. And all of my debates with in the House will be on live. It'll be on live chat, so y'all can hear what they saying to me. Wouldn't that be something? It'll all be live, so now you guys can hear that they're not for you, so you can vote them out. Congress, vote them out, please. So what do you guys think? What if it's an open situation? Do you think they got time, or like, how is that going to work? You said, Lord, a loaf of bread gonna be $15. For sure, man. That's not a joke. Yeah, man. Let me tell you, I was in Walgreens, right? I was picking up a few things, and this lady came up to me and said, "Can I have your coupons?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can have them." Yep, she was collecting them. That's what it is now, folks. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I don't know where he is, Antoine. You said it will cause the Democratic Party to implode in the last hour. It's the last hour, isn't it? This decision should have been made months ago. He said if this goes to open convention, my money is on Hill Dog getting a nomination. Well, it's official now that she's. We'll see if there's somebody that step out within the next 2 days to say, hey, listen, I want to jump in this race. All right, let's see what we're going to end this at. We're going to end the poll at 64-36. We had 75 votes. I'm curious to see when I'm going to check the, I'm going to put this on the message board and see what people say. Well, I'm definitely going to come back at some point. I'm going to end this now, and I might be back a little later if something else happened, but definitely I'm going to be back tomorrow during the day. So I wasn't going to do that, but I'm going to change my plans and see, because there's going to be probably some significant stuff happen tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But guys, I'll be back. A lot of news today. I wasn't expecting this today. I was expecting him to stay in, but hey, we'll be back at some point. Thanks for joining, guys. I'll be back later. All right, y'all.